Crap. Okay, I'm sorry about this, everyone. I see my mic is going through. I have no desktop audio, which is weird considering that my music generally goes through that. I recently changed music players, so you should be able to see what's playing in the background, but um, hmm. Oh, I see what happened. My sound is currently going through a screen, so it's completely bypassing that. So let's try this. All right. How's that for? Yep. Okay. Yeah, that solved it. Everyone, quick sound check. How's the music coming through? I have it on full blast on foobar, but okay. So let's try minus 18 decibels. Okay, I'm at minus 19. I know we did this last stream too. It's just that. Okay, is this good? Yeah. So clearly this is from Sonic Mania, but the album somehow didn't keep when I grabbed this file. So yeah, I'm currently at minus 19. If it's too quiet, I can raise it back up, but I feel like this should be. This is from Mania, opponent. Is this thing not grabbing my Yeah, RTX voice should be filtering out all my background whatevers. I promise you it's in Mania, opponent. In fact, it's in the ad for Mania. Right. Okay, carrying on. Things are working as they should right now. So, what are we doing tonight? So, after that marathon of a stream last night where I went for almost 14 hours, we're back on Seniriu. Let me try to resize this window. Oh, yeah, you should probably see what I'm doing. We're back in Seniriu. There we go. So let's just do a quick run through. Is this thing on? Okay, good. A quick run through of what we accomplished last time, which, considering the amount of time spent on it, doesn't feel like much, but it's enough where I'm confident that I can. Why isn't it running? Oh, I moved the file over to release folder so I could push it to GitHub. Yeah. Okay. I have to rebuild. Oh, so many errors. Well, not errors, warnings at least. So I was having a conversation with XL2 and Ponut earlier. I've managed to swing myself my own dedicated channel on the Sega Extreme forums because I've been collaborating with Biorex on some of the models, and I've been posting a lot of RPG crap, which nobody else really cares about. So basically I've taken over my own little corner of Sega Extreme, which is nice. And we were discussing how to get a higher polygon count on the. Come on, just freaking turn on. Okay, my controller is currently not working. Let me just check my gamepad. Thing is, it's this wireless thing. I need to make sure that the controller is actually registering. If not, I have to repair it. Oh, it's game controller. I hope. Thing is, it should be. Yeah, it looks like it's working. Okay, so let's try that again. Because Mendefend should not have unbound my keys. I keep getting distracted from saying what I was trying to say. There's a dark mode on Windows? Nobody tells me these things. Okay, well, I'll figure that out after the stream today. That's absolutely necessary. I know you've always been able to play with colors, but like every time I've looked at the options, it's always like disgustingly horrible. Oh, don't make me rebind my keys. Why are you not paired anymore? Why would you unbind my keys? I don't want to have to do this every time. I gotta get a new wired controller. Come on. I'm pressing Y. It's not... Oh, you know what? I bet you this thing is running out of battery. Let me go grab the the USB cable. I forgot I had just used this thing for like 14 hours straight, so I shouldn't be surprised that it's starting to complain and automatically shut off. There we go. Turn back on. There we go. Okay. Rebind. I mean, ever since like Windows 95, you've been able to change the colors of parts of the window and stuff and make it look really ugly. Finally. Okay. So what we've accomplished as of last stream. Yeah. In Windows 95 and 98 and stuff, you can... Yes, this is my game. Okay. So the problem that we are trying to address today is this pop-in, pop-out kind of issue. What I was discussing with SGL and Ponut earlier today was, is there a way to tell the system to fit more polygons into whatever buffer that they're using to draw all this stuff? Because clearly the system can handle a lot more. We're at 30 frames, and it doesn't seem to be an issue. And I feel like we could have fit a lot more rooms than what we have. Unfortunately, this is what we're stuck with. So, what we're going to have to do tonight is we're going to have to find a way to intelligently pick which rooms to draw for now. And then hopefully when VBT, next time I see him online, I'll ask him how to fix this specific issue, because he should have a way of rebuilding SGL to give myself a little bit more area to work with. Because right now I think we're supposed to be dealing with like 1,300 quads, and the way I'm doing stuff, I could easily be doing... Yeah, I don't think we're going to get an SGL4. I don't think that's ever happening. I feel like libyal is going to be ready to be used before anyone wants to try and fix SGL for that. Okay, Pona, don't be coy like that. It's not a frustrum culling issue. It's just how much SGL will just refuse to put more stuff in its pipeline after a certain amount of quads, even if it knows it's not going to draw them, or maybe it doesn't know it's not going to draw them. But it's a matter of me saying, okay, if I want to put all 9 of these rooms in the order that I'm trying to display them in, the way I'm going is from negative coordinates to positive coordinates. So in this case, I'm going from 0, 0, 0, going through all the x's and z's, and y is the vertical direction. Yeah. So, what we have to do is we have to tell it, okay, let's find a way of doing this better, smarter. Obviously, SGL has backface culling because we're seeing through the back of those walls. So they are being backface culled. However, when I add them into the queue, uh, that the issue is that in the queue they're not being backface culled before they're put in the pipeline. So it's counting all the quads that I'm putting in the pipeline, and then when it gets around to displaying it afterwards, it's going to backface cull them. Yeah, that's tonight. Tonight I'm going to try and figure out a way to make it less dumb. So first, I want to try and get these rooms closer together, so it kind of makes more sense. So I think I'm gonna make the deltas on the room drawing. Okay, first off, where's that grid? Room grid. Okay, so room grid now needs to be an XYZ. Okay, so there we go. Where do I initialize it? Okay, so room grid. X, okay. And then Y, I think I'm going to make shorter. Well, I mean, once you have something that works, or someone else has something that works, you can always just steal it. Let's do 2 fixed. Like, I want to make it a little bit... What is going on here? Oh, you know what? I'm typing on top of my laptop keyboard. I need to switch my setup over to my tower. I have the tower hooked up. I just don't have my pipeline set up on there, so I'm gonna have to do that at some point. So I'm kind of cramped in here, having my screen behind my laptop, behind my keyboard. But we'll work on that. Yeah, I can see that. So we'll do 3.1 as opposed to 3. And then obviously everything gets fixed up by the scale factor. But the scale factor is not really going to be an issue here. The scale factor comes into play when I import the model in a different scale. Yeah, here's the thing. The background monitor I'm using right now is literally just my playlist and chat log, so I can actually see what's going on. Actually, now that I think about it, I could probably put OBS back there too, and have more screen space dedicated to me doing stuff. Whoops. Okay, here's the thing. I don't know that on the Saturn it's really worth it to try. Like, obviously, XL2 thinks it's worth it to try and, use some sort of binary space partitioning in order to make things super fast. But that means all the levels have to be precompiled. What I'm trying to do here is I want to make the galaxy actually galaxy sized. So ideally, there would be a handful of key points that would be hard coded in, and everything else is like you just jump to the system. Whatever the coordinates are, they seed. They seed some sort of random generator that will randomly generate like a space station or a planet or something that you can go to, and have a randomly generated dungeon adventure, not unlike Dot Hack Infection and its sequels. So yeah, I'm willing to sacrifice performance for scalability of code or Daggerfall. But yeah, Daggerfall is what I've been. Uh-oh, what changed? Oh, whoops! I forgot to actually use the redefinitions that I was talking about. This is why, and why is special because you often have to flip the coordinate for anything to make sense. But it's still a right-handed system, so you often have to flip it twice in a way that doesn't mean exactly what it sounds like when I say it like that. I don't know. I mean, I know why they did it because they were thinking in 2D and they put the top left corner of the screen as 0 0 and went down from there. I just don't like how they did it. So wait, so by Elite is that Elite Dangerous like that spaceship game? Because later tonight, if I get far enough, I am planning on trying to do this procedural thing, and maybe that's hilarious. Oh wow. Okay, let's just look and see if I missed anything. Hello. Yep, that's what I figured. Okay, that should do it. Well, I mean, what language are they coding in? Because that'll affect things. Like, I don't want to have to dig through assembly to reinterpret some guy's procedural generation. Oh, geez, no. Java. Yeah, I'm sure they had Java on this 6502. I mean, I get it, but there's modern procedural engines. Like a lot of what Minecraft did is out in the open in terms of what algorithms we're using, and it's not so bad. Let me see. To try and steal from Minecraft instead of. Is that a little bit too close? Oh, not is it only too close? Okay, so these guys are a little bit taller, I think, than. So I'm trying to figure out what's going on here with the floor. I think 3.5 might or 3.1 might have been too conservative. I'm probably gonna want to go with like 3.5 as opposed to 3.1. And the issue is for this specific geometry that I'm looking at right now, there's no way I would get this thing to work tonight without VBT's help on recompiling SGL. Because if I'm looking at all these, I think the best I can do is cull that corner and try to draw the ones on the side. Okay, so draw rooms. So there's update current room. We're gonna leave that where that is. In the actual game, no, it doesn't. But Uh, yeah. So here's the thing. I haven't gotten. Biorex is working on a. Let me see. Yeah, so Biorex is working on external models, very low poly, like 12 polys per side, for exterior holes. So when you're looking at a room, unless you're looking dead on through a window, you're going to have basically the whole internal room called off. So here's what I'll try doing. Um, in the room struct, there's going to be doors. I need to change that to 6. It's going to be 4 is up, 5 is down. Which means when I initialize the room through this, okay. That'll come into play down the line. Maybe not tonight, but I just wanted to add that in. So there's going to be adjacent doors, and there's going to be, I'm going to call this opacity. So, what this will do is it will tell me when I'm looking in a certain direction, should I be able to see in that direction? Yeah. So, by default, 0 is going to be basically empty. Full view. 1 is going to be restricted view, i.e. window, reduced field of view. 2 is going to be wall. And that's just going to be like yes, it's per door. So wall is going to be basically no draws beyond that. Oh, before I move on, I want to try and get a drawing in for what's going on there. So actually, while we're here, let's open up Paint. There we go. I am not a fan of that song. Let's remove that. Oh, this one's not that good either. This one I'll have to do. Okay, so by default, my rotation at 0 puts me in the positive Z direction. And when I okay, sorry, that's negative Z direction. I'm going in negative Z. No, wait, positive? Oh, I forgot, the rooms roll over. Okay, let me just keep going that way. Yes, I am missing the I-Star, Ristar, whatever soundtrack. When I rotate... Oh, that's negative. Okay, positive 90 degrees, right? Roughly here. That puts me in the positive X direction. Okay, that's what I needed to know. So that means we have right-handed system, X, Y, Z. So let's just say if I start if I start with Z being forward. Wow, that is garbage. Okay. Where's the line tool? Didn't there used to be a line tool here? There we go. So we have the Z-axis, and the x-axis. So, call this z 0 degrees. We have x 90 degrees. Okay. Oh, you know what? I reversed it. So, yeah, because when I was rotating to the right. That was my positive rotation. So these are clockwise rotations as opposed to counterclockwise rotations. So this is x 90 degrees. Okay, so this is what I have to keep in mind, is I'm going to be facing Z and turning right to positive X. And actually Y negative is up, which is part of... I mean, you can see that... Well, actually, no, wait. Okay, great. Now I have to recheck, because that means it's left-handed. That doesn't make any sense. No, so... But if Y negative is up, that means Y positive is down. So we have X... Oh, no, yeah, okay, that's still right-handed. Okay. That was throwing me off for a minute. Okay, so the thing is, our field of view, I believe we have defined as 90, but where do I do that? FOV, FOV, FOV. I need to have a... Yeah, I probably need to have a display. Here, let me just copy this so it's off to the side of my screen too. Do I have a display.c going on here? No, I think I deprecated that. I wonder what's in here. Probably nothing of use. Okay, let's go ahead and wipe all this. We'll do copy over the field of view, so... Okay, so it's a fixed? No. How is deg to angle? Okay, you know what, I'll just do that. Angle FOV is equal to that. Let's add display.c into the makefile. Let's make a copy of this. How do I clone? How do I duplicate this? Display.h. Okay. So let me just copy over this boilerplate inclusion stuff. Spelling is fun. There we go. FOV. You know what? It occurs to me, I've never tried sanitizing the inputs on main. Maybe I should try doing that, see what happens. We'll leave that as it is for now. Do include... Yeah, the include order on this thing is wacky to me. I don't know why separate 3D is taking precedence, but me copy this. Boilerplate. No, this song's boring. Next one. Yeah, that one's not any better. Okay, fine, whatever. See if that breaks anything. So we have field of view being included from display.c being called over here, and then I'll be using it later for some logic. I should probably do the sync constant as well, but it's not really important right now, so I'll leave it off for later. Tona, do you have any idea how to get rid of that that behavior? Because that flashing in and out, I thought the fade in, fade out command would have fixed that, but apparently it's not. Okay. In the meantime, let me go back to room and try to change that. 3.1, let's try 3.25. Let's try 3.5. That did not seem to really do anything. At least the rooms seem to be reasonable distances away from each other now. Unfortunately, I can't view the entire skyscraper. So part of the solution to this will be refining the meshes here so that there are a smaller number of quads, but that's only going to address part of the problem. And the other part of the solution is to just kind of draw it intelligently, I guess. All right, let's get rid of it because it is bothering me. So what I have is I have ZT tools, ZT model or load model, and ZT common and ZT CD. So let's let me see if I can find fade. There's no fade anywhere in the let's open them all up. Let's look for fade in all open documents. So main, here, fade in. Load 3D model has a fade in. But fade out is here. So we have fade in. Let's comment that out. But fade out is already commented out down here. Okay. So maybe okay, I think with that we can go back in and let me see. Where was it? Here. And that way when we fade in, everything will be loaded. Next thing I want to do is change the initial screens to do all my, logos and stuff. Oh, there we go. That worked out fine. I'm okay with that. Okay, so that problem is addressed. The rooms are reasonable sizes from each other. Now what I want to do is I want to get things kind of intelligently drawn. Okay, so room initialization, there's that. Map rooms. I'm going to have let me see. So when I initialize a room... Okay, when I'm dropping a room, I'm just dropping a coordinate. And then when I map the rooms, that's when I have to actually... Actually, no, wait. There's initialize rooms. So that's all rooms non-existent. Create room. Okay, right now all the rooms have... Okay, fine. Let's go with your suggestion because maybe it'll make things look a little bit better. So, the thing is, where would I put it? I guess main.h. Vector lighting normal is equal to this. Thing is, doesn't it need to be this? Tell me if I have the type wrong or something, because well, why not? Okay, fine. Where would you have me put it? Just inside of main.c? Or, sorry, Joe main? Okay, yeah, I got that. Okay, I accidentally put that part in there. I was going to move it back down here. Let me just shove it over here along with everything else. Grab this, though. Don't need this anymore, actually. Okay, so we have lighting normal. Oh, we want this over here too. Okay. Okay, this should work as here. So where would I put it? Just probably around the place where I feel the view. So lighting direction. SL light. You know, I've always hated this song. I'm just gonna remove it from the playlist. Okay, no, it goes in the main loop. Sorry, I missed that part. So this looks like it should work. Yeah, I probably did. Let's see if we actually see a difference this time. Um, it looks weirder now. Now the floor lights up, except when it doesn't. I'm not sure I get why that is. Yeah, it's angle dependent too, which you got it backwards. Well, what am I meant to do then? Backwards how? Oh boy. So yeah, it picks who it wants to light up depending on where I'm, and it doesn't seem to have any sort of reason for picking who it does. I don't see how that's going to address the actual issue of it being, you know, kind of randomly applied. Because if I wanted to keep something like this in, I would have to... great. Yeah, I kind of depend on being able to copy and paste the same mesh in a bunch of places in order to do this procedural stuff. Yeah, this looks terrible. I'm gonna get rid of it. Look, I don't need fancy lighting effects to make the game fun. If I just color the if I just color the textures in right, I think flat lighting is still plenty enjoyable. 'Cause I don't think Daggerfall even used proper lighting effects. I think everything was just kind of like the flat color that it was. Okay, so back to what we were trying to do today. Broken how? I don't understand what you mean by broken. Can you describe how it's broken? Ah, crap. It's still doing that. How's it doing that? Let's see. Okay, so it's less conspicuous here, but I think I do see it. The thing is, everything is kind of like flat, so it works. Oh, the top of the room above is cutting through somehow, or what is that? Oh, there's something broken with my Z sword. So yeah, when I turn a little bit, that happens. It's not great. At least in this way, like, the lighting is still consistent when I walk around. I mean, you'll get odd angles where the lighting suddenly changes, like that. But it doesn't seem to happen often enough for me to complain about it. But before, like, one room would light up when another one wouldn't. That was kind of distracting. The thing is, Sega used SGL, and it didn't seem like they had these kinds of problems, so they figure out a way around it. So if the answer is for me to have to copy a room into multiple locations, then maybe you have to do that, and then light each thing separately. Like, is that a valid approach to adding in that lighting again? Okay, yeah. So here's the thing, though. Can I just copy the mesh? Can I just do a mem copy or a malloc or something? Okay. I mean, I'll try that next time. But I'll make a note of it. Yeah, yeah. Because we still have to fix the room sorting, so here we have the map rooms that will tell us what rooms to use. I don't know what you're using as a baseline. I feel like I've sounded relatively similar throughout the last couple of years of streaming. I don't know. Maybe it's a drier climate here in the desert. Oh, okay. You know what? Mic quality has definitely changed. Yeah, because I have the. Okay, yeah, that's fair. That's fair. But I am using RTX voice, so I don't know. It's filtering out all the crap. I don't know how it works. What am I doing? Draw rooms. Draw rooms is too late. Draw rooms we already... Or is it? We need a place to write the opacity. Ponot's usefulness far outweighs his annoyances. I need him on the stream. I need him to babysit me. Because I don't know SGL. I mean, it's a few inches down to the right of my face, so like I feel like the mic position is good enough. It's not impeding my view, and that's all I really care about. You guys can hear me. I'm not getting too many complaints. I think Shane's the only one that really ever complains about my mic quality. Just like swallow the mic. Just take a lav mic and like puncture my cheek and have like a lav mic piercing. That's what I need to do. Samsung was not bad, but like it clearly had its limits. Okay, so when we initialize the room, we should set the opacity. That's first. Is it? Oh, I was thinking of the Samsung Go mic. They're both Samsungs. The point being inside the polygons area should be... I'm trying to remember my math here. You should be able to use a couple dot products to determine that, I think. From two of the corner... Okay, maybe you're going to need 3. 4. You probably need 4 dot products, but 4 dot products should probably tell you that. How much more expensive is a cross product than a dot product? Like, it might be like the equivalent of 2 dot products, I want to say. I know not non-rectilinear. That's why I'm saying dot products and not like a simple box check. But I'm thinking in terms of, okay, you draw a vector to the point that you're trying to test for, and you need to have positive dot products. Okay, so you set your origin to one of the corners of the quad, and you do that for all 4 corners. So really, it's like 8 dot products. I'm not sure how you can use a cross product for this problem. I mean, if it's already on the plane of the polygon, then that should make the problem super simple. You find the limits of each side. It's basically like a simplified separating axis calculation. You find you find out, you know, for one of your sides, you draw that line or whatever, or its limits, and you project the point onto that line, and if it's inside of that line, you repeat the process up until it fails, or you do all 4 lines, and that should tell you if it's inside that polygon. I need to write the opacity. Okay. No projections. Okay, so no projections. No. But here's the thing. This is solvable. No projections means you're doubling a simplified bounds check. So you have a minimum and maximum x and a minimum maximum y, and the point should be within the bounds of one of those two. So if it passes one of those checks, then you should be able to repeat that a few times. Oh, seriously? Oh crap! I'm gonna have to talk about everything. Okay, this is the biggest raid I've ever gotten. Thank you, Naysayer, for bringing everyone in. Let me try to go through real quick. Yeah, I know I have to tell you everything because no one knows what I'm doing here. Oh boy. Okay, from the top, I'm Emerald Nova. I make homebrew video games for the Sega Saturn. I am currently running a competition for homebrew Sega Saturn game development. Let me do that. So if you guys want to go check me out, it's at emeraldnova.com. There is a cash prize in the competition if any of you are any decent, programmers or you want to give it a shot. I highly recommend getting a start on Joe Engine to start coding. Also, the code section on my website gives a quick tutorial on how to get through Hello World. One day I will actually finish it. Oh my goodness, so many follows. Let's try it. Okay, let's do individual thank yous for Patrick, Leo. Oh, that wasn't individual. That was grouping up. Thank you, Patrick. Thank you, Leo. And thank you, Grejak. Oh boy. Thank you, Mr. Ebis. Thank you, Nacris. Thank you, Gray Street. Ah, my goodness, everyone. This is rough. This is rough. Okay, so anyway, Sega Saturn homebrew coding. It's fun. There's a good community. If you want to join the Sega Extreme Discord, it's right over here. I've got convenient links for everything you'd ever need to know. And then people in the Sega Extreme Discord are generally pretty helpful. Let me go ahead and show you guys what I'm working with right now. I've got a first-person 3D role-playing game I'm developing called Seniriu. Kind of think along the lines of Daggerfall, or a really crappy version of Morrowind, but in space. Pona, don't scare them away. Alright, I was about to take a bathroom break too. Now I can't. I have 200 people in stream. Jeez. Yeah, I mean, I'm hoping to have a few more role-playing features than Skyrim does, which is practically none. So, today what we're working on is I just did my Extra Life charity stream, when was that? Well, that was almost a week ago, I think. Or was it? Crap, I've completely lost track of time with this whole COVID thing. But, what we ended up accomplishing is I have my friend Biorex sending me room models, and the rooms are being drawn in engine on the Sega Saturn. And what I'm trying to do is trying to intelligently generate and draw these things, because right now we have a problem with culling. Well, not culling, but a lack of drawing. So I want to be able to draw as many rooms as possible. When it's trying to draw all these rooms, it starts running out of its ability to draw, and it starts cutting them off. So that, like, the two side rooms on the top of the screen don't show up unless I get closer to them. So I'm going to try and do a system where I know what gets drawn where. Oh, okay, I'm missing more follows. Thank you for the follow, Curinet. I'm going to go with that. Yeah, let me go get my poop sock out for this one. So what I've done is my rooms are defined by this struct. Everything on Saturn except for the DSP, which no one uses, is done in C. So if you know how to code, you should know how to use C, or at least be able to pick it up. So it's doable. Thank you again for the follow, Zernitic, Mr. Minsk, and Roman Codes. Oh, there we go, an actual coder. Or at least, you probably are mostly coders. You guys probably came from a massive coding stream. I have no idea where you guys came from. So, Offline Rocker, the idea is that when you're in the room, there will be windows, or potentially the room could be like a grassy field or a plain or something like that. So, this should be a flexible environment so that if I want to draw as much as possible without running out of my ability to handle things. Oh, geez, an actual game creator. Like, a guy that actually made a real game. No one is doing assembly, Dogan. Don't tell them they have to do assembly. I'm trying to get more people into Saturn Homebrew. No one does assembly. The people that know assembly and play with the DSP, which is like the only part you actually need assembly for, say it's not even worth the trouble. Okay, here's the thing, though. Yes. For reasons I am completely unable to explain. There we go, see? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, so that's what we're... Yeah, he's a big boy. So Senpai has somehow noticed me. So the problem with the rooms obfuscating each other is that the rooms have doorways and windows, and I need to figure out intelligently which rooms to show, which rooms not to show. Okay, there's no assembly. There's no required assembly. Okay, so yeah, you can sell games. You can get permission to sell games. I know what happens on the Dreamcast. I know what happens on the Sega Genesis. Actually, had crap. They had an RPG that just recently came out, and I just totally blanked on its name. But Mr. Kotview, you absolutely do not need assembly. I don't know why you're lying to these people. I've not touched assembly this entire time. Yes, everything's in fixed point. But it is possible to sell these games, and with ODEs, you cannot burn your own CDs. What you can do is you can find some guy in China that will make you a cart to load off of if you want to shove a cart in the back of the system. More likely, you're depending on people to have ODEs. And the Saturn has the Mode, the Sadiator, the Fenrir, the Phoebe, and the Rhea to load games off of, or game images. There is Division hardware. Yeah, Mr. Kotview, no one is trying to reinvent the wheel except XL2 and you. Like, if people just want to go in and make games, don't tell them they need assembly. They just need to know C. That's it. You don't need hardware. Right now I'm developing without hardware. I have a Saturn with a Sadiator in it, so I can push my game onto real hardware if I want to, but it's much faster to develop with an emulator. I'm using Mednafen as my emulator as it's the most accurate for 3D stuff. Yeah. There is hardware accelerated multiplication and division, but it's still not the most effective way of doing things. Generally, you want to find your way around doing that. And my tutorials kind of go over the reasons why. I just try, what I try to do is I try to make things as accessible as possible, because people that get too far into this stuff, they don't know how to explain things anymore. They don't know what it's like to not know how to do stuff. Yeah, if you go down to the description of my YouTube channel, where all my streams are backed up on, or my Twitch channel, you can grab the GitHub for Seniriu, you can grab a lot of website links, you can grab Joe Engine, which is the best starting tool for Saturn development I can think of. Well, I mean, I am, Mr. Kotview. Look, you're telling people they need assembly, which is like the fastest way of kicking a new person out. They don't need it. They absolutely do not need it. Yeah, it's not just a fixed point grid, it is an integer grid, which is why... Yeah. Well, being pedantic is the last step, it's not the first. The first step when you're talking to someone new is that you want to show them the easiest way of getting started. Okay. I'm very sorry for this, but I absolutely have to go use the bathroom. So excuse me for like 30 seconds, and then we will get back into culling the rooms. Everything's on an integer grid, and the opacity flag will help me to decide whether or not I need to draw in a certain direction. Okay, I promise I wouldn't have done that if that wasn't absolutely necessary. So yeah, I can test this on a real Sega Saturn. I have the setup to do so right now. My Saturn with my Sadiator in it has USB in. It's like 2 feet to my left. It's just that I'm too lazy to do it on stream right now, because I have to go grab my USB cables and go, set up my capture device, and I still don't have that hooked up yet because I don't have my HDMI matrix switch. My Saturn goes through component cables from HD Retrovision to a RetroTink, and those get split out into 2 different directions. One goes to my CRT, directly on my left. The other goes to a hoppage, which is not currently set up, which gets hooked into my computer via USB, which then can get read by OBS. I think we're on C99, but I have no clue. Everything comes built in with the Joe Engine package. Here, let me go ahead and just go directly to Joe Engine, and I'll show you what to do if you want to get started. Yeah. So last year I made a game called Forsaken Plain. It's just like a tech demo, more or less, of an RPG system. So it's got like basic, use-based advancement, not unlike Elder Scrolls, and it's in 2D. It's just you put in a dungeon map. Monsters get randomly spawned in there. You attack them. It's an action RPG technically, but like it's grid-based, so it's not super great, but it's playable. And that was my contest entry last year. And this year I'm going to be submitting Seniriu. Yeah, it's fine. But yeah, there's a download. Okay, so you go to download on Joe Engine, and you just download the zip file. So let's just open up just real quick the current version of Joe Engine, and I'll show you what's in the zip file because it's super easy to get started. Okay, I have gigabit internet. Why is this taking a minute to load up? Finally, there we go. It's probably because I also have a server where I'm hosting a lot of files, so that's probably slowing me down a little bit. Yeah. So you're not going to get like standard in out or anything like that. But what you do have is you open this up. You have your compiler. The compiler should have those are your SGL. So Sega Graphics Library is a Sega's official library for supporting the Saturn, drawing on it, and stuff like that. Joe Engine is built on top of that. The compiler itself for Windows should be GCC. There we go, something like that. Yeah, it's just GCC. I don't know which version of GCC it is. Apparently 9.3.0. I don't know what that reflects. I think it's C99. But that's just how you get started. And so what you do is you just jump right into samples, and you open up one of these guys, and you compile it, and you run it. And Homing Laser is like a working game. It's a scrolling shooter, spaceship shooter, 2D. All these other examples teach you how to do a specific thing. Sometimes they're broken. I think in this latest release, most of them have been fixed. If you go look at my streams, I teach you how to do certain stuff. If you go steal my code, you can do certain stuff. Okay, yeah. So let's go ahead. Right now, I'm proselytizing, so we'll get back to Seniriu once I've sufficiently demonstrated that it's not so bad coding on the Saturn. So yeah, you can see my project folder, and it's kind of ridiculous because I get a little bit distracted sometimes. I want to do a one and done thing. If you guys want to see what I'm about, go watch my Minesweeper stream on YouTube, and in 5 hours I just code start to finish Minesweeper. So things are doable. No, I'm gonna compile a sample first, then I'll go back and compile Minesweeper. So sample, let's just do well, I recommended it, so let's just do not homing laser. Where's the shooting thing? Shooter, there we go. So should be able to clean. Come on. Seriously? Windows complaining about strange batch files I've had in my folder for like 2 years. Compile. And this is the compilation step. Yeah. So I was in the middle of coding, and then like 300 people came into stream, so now I want to explain how I do what I do, and then we'll get back to the coding part of what I was working on. So we just cleaned and compiled the sample, and now we're running it in Mednafen. And it generates a bin, a queue, and an ISO. And you can use those three, shove it on an SD card on your favorite ODE, and it'll load. And see, there we go. Like in 3 seconds, we just loaded up our first example. And then, if you want to see how things are done, you load up his main file, and he shows you everything he's doing. And it's remarkably compact. It's like 250 lines of code plus some header files in order to get that thing running. A million lines a second. I don't follow. So let's go ahead and compile and run my old. Actually, Ponit, the recent update on Joe Engine broke a lot of what I used to do. So actually, maybe the Minesweeper example might not work anymore. Anyway, so I showed, like, if you guys want to get started, go ahead and check out Joe Engine. Check out my website, emeraldnova.com. My links in my Twitch down here, links on my YouTube, links basically on my website, everywhere. There we go. Thank you, Shane. So back to what I was doing before. I have this opacity flag, and I'm saying in each direction. Let me see. Directions. Commenting your code is important, and I feel like I'm the only guy that ever does it. Same indices as doors. Okay. So 0 through 3 for northeast, southwest, and then 4 and 5 for up and down. So when I create a room, okay, that's the step where I need to do this, because I might have to rearrange some of this code later. But when I create a room, I basically just drop a point on a grid saying, hey, here's what's going on. So let's see. So we're going to adjust neighboring doors, existing or not, right? Yeah, this like half the Saturn library is locked behind being Japanese. The Saturn is probably the most powerful system of its generation in terms of raw capability. The thing is, trying to utilize it is difficult, to say the least. I mean, obviously N64 is a strong contender. People seem to think that the PS1 is comparable in strength to the Saturn, but like if you actually know what you're doing, there's a lot more you're capable of on the Saturn than the PS1. But yes, the Saturn has been getting a lot of love in terms of fan translations and homebrew development in the last few years. I recommend that you guys go look up XL2 and his games. He released a Sonic Z Dream, which is like a take on Sonic X Treme that he coded. And then now he's working on Hellslave, which is a first-person shooter with competitive multiplayer. So you can actually have four-person multiplayer with a multi-tap on it. The best Sega Saturn games are probably going to be the first-party stuff. It's very arcadey, so if you don't like arcadey, you kind of have to go out and look for other stuff. I personally, I'm an RPG guy. I played through Panzer Dragoon, so I can get through Panzer Dragoon Saga. Okay, PSX had better for like video and full motion video and stuff like that, but like if it was a competition in terms of like getting polys on screen, I think the Saturn has it beat in terms of just the poly count, and also because to make a square, the PlayStation has to make two triangles, and the Saturn only does one quad. Things do look different. There's definitely a different aesthetic to it. But it works out for me because I'm making square dungeons. Okay. So when you make a room, you initialize it to 0 opacity. However, if we're going to set a door, that means we're going to want... oh boy. So this is going to be... one is the room to the east, I believe. Okay. Yes. So I'm looking. So I-1 is the room to the west. So adjust room to west. So the room to the west, now that it has a room next to it in the eastern direction, a door is going to open up on the east, which means we need to set the opacity of that to 1, correct? 1 for a restricted view, as in door/window with reduced field of view. And also, we're going to want to set the corresponding opacity of this room to 1 as well. Okay, we're going to repeat that for whatever's nearby. Oh, no. We need to do an additional check here. Okay, so, no, this is not going to work out. This is not going to work out, and I'll tell you why. Because this is adjusting for rooms that are already in existence. Game Hut is a fantastic channel for learning about the depths of Saturn programming. He even goes over how to program on the DSP briefly. So what I would do is, yeah, definitely check out Game Hut. Check out the Sega Extreme forums for demos. Like, you can actually download demos and play them. And if you have an ODE on your Saturn, you can play them on physical hardware. Actually, the easiest way to get stuff to play on your Saturn is to burn a disc and get Pseudo Saturn Kai, which is like a flashed action replay card. Okay, so existing or not is the reason why we cannot adjust these rooms, which means when we have to go back to the map rooms function and let's see, we count the doors, find the model. Okay. So for a single door, okay, we found the entity, but we need to find... There we go. So this is where it needs to happen. So when we find the angle, we also define opacity. So we've loaded in a model here, and the model always has the door facing south, along with whatever neighboring doors there are. Thank you for the follow. Oh my goodness, these names. Supaiku Bebop. Supaiku? I'm trying to make sense. I get the Bebop part. I don't get the Supaiku part. But feel free to explain it to me. Okay, so when we're finding the angle, we have absolutely determined that... Oh, you know what? It occurs to me that in the current iteration, everything is Windows right now. So, Okay, yeah, I get it. It's been a minute since I watched Cowboy Bebop. By a minute, I think I mean like a decade. I don't remember. It's been a while. I watched that at the same time I watched Outlaw Star. And I got them confused a little bit because they merged together with me as like a, you know, sci-fi adventure anime kind of deal. Obviously, thematically very different. But I will occasionally get characters confused. Evangelion is definitely something well worth watching. And now that the 4th movie's coming out, or the rebuild movie, it's probably going to be worth your time to go rewatch the other guys. Okay, as it turns out, right now, the way I have rooms built up is that everything is a window or a doorway. Because all the models I have either have windows or doorways on the side. So for drawing, let me see what I got. Let's adjust this. Index. And then value. Value is going to be 0, no door. 1, door. 2, window. I'm not going to implement this yet, but I'm going to leave room for it. So when I create the room, here, let me do initialize windows, if not already set. Yeah, have I started an anime fight in the comments now? Okay, so we're gonna have to initialize the window. So room master at coordinates dot door. Actually, let's do a while loop. We have I, J, K. Let's do L. For L plus plus. And if this is equal to 0, right window at location. And opacity 2 means it's completely occluded, I believe. Okay, there we go. It's equal to 1. Right, door / window at location. And then we're going to occlude 4 and 5 because those are the ceiling and floor. Yes, in that order. Oh, another follow. Thank you. Oh my goodness, you guys are killing me with these names. Axixi? Axixi. Yeah, that's fine. I mean, End of Evangelion is basically just the ending to the show. So if you didn't like the show, the ending is not going to help even a little bit. I mean, I'm pretty sure anyone that repacks Ava is going to be including End of Evangelion as like episode 27 and 28 or something like that. I don't know. So, Janos, I don't think his problem is with the ending. I think his problem is just with the show's approach. It's a very slow-burning show, and if it doesn't hit you, it doesn't hit you. Okay. Opaque ceiling / floor. Okay, so that'll do for now, and we can update maps and rooms later when I get more models that require it. But as far as the draw command, that's when we need to start looking at. There we go. So we update the current room. Okay, so let's comment out. Oh boy, all this stuff actually. Uh-oh, no lyrics on the soundtrack. I do like Live and Learn, though. Wow, that's boring, though. Wow, I hate that. There we go. That's usable. Pona, you should definitely keep working on your pony game so that we can actually see it for the competition. I want to see a updated Pony Racer game, or whatever you want to consider it. Okay, so we're going to generate a list of rooms. So let's put the room cap at 6. No, Pona, you want to respond to that? Are you making Barbie Horse Adventure? I mean, I can't really dispute that Pona's game and Barbie Horse Adventure would have striking similarities, I believe. I've never played Barbie Horse Adventure, but when you play Pona's game, my mind will go there. Okay. Okay, so we're gonna have, actually, there's a reason I made that display. Why am I in foobar plugin? No. There we go. Okay, so display.h, display.c. Come on. Cooperate with me. Okay, so let's go ahead and make an... Okay. This is self-explanatory. Field of view. Let me do full field of view to contrast it with the half-angle field of view. And now we're going to do max room count. You know what? Let's do that as a define. Includes variables, definitions. I do not like this background music. Or that. What's with me getting all the jingles? I thought I sorted out all the jingles. If you want to abuse ponies, you should play XL2's game. He actually has a pony crushing mechanism in there. Define max room display. We'll set that to 6 for now, so I have room for models if I want to put those in there. Alright. And let's go ahead and include display.h in room. Yeah, Pony, you should reverse engineer Pebble Link's Golf and put ponies in instead of whatever his name is. Okay, so we're gonna have int room draw chord. Chords is gonna be max. I need to grab it because I totally forgot what I typed. Max room display, and I don't know, 3 for the number of coordinates. So the first coordinate is going to be current room, obviously. Now, what did I have current room as? Current room X. Okay, and that's integer. Good. Okay, everything's just going to work out. Famous last words. Y, Z. So the room sizes are generated by the scaling factor. So for the draw command, I think I have SL scale here. There we go. And there's a scale factor. And that scale factor will increase the size of the rooms, but it'll also increase the grid size. It's going to increase the player height. So really, the difference that you see is not huge. But what I can do is I could make an additional scaling factor that takes into account, like, I just want to make a room like twice as big or something. But it really wouldn't work with the way I'm putting stuff together because I need doorways to line up, and it wouldn't really work. Shane, you were waiting on like a TV or something for midnight launch? What's going on? Oh, thank you for the follow. Akoto87. That one's easy. I've had some real thinkers on, for usernames earlier. Yeah. Genos, you weren't following me before? I feel betrayed. I mean, thanks for the follow now. But I thought you were already on here. Oh, thanks for dropping by, Kodo. Obviously, I'm expecting people to drop off because, you know, Saturn is pretty niche. But if you want to check me out on YouTube, or obviously next time, I make announcements on Twitter generally before I start streaming. Oh, thanks for the follow, Meepy. But yeah, if you just follow me on Twitter, then I'll try to warn like an hour or half an hour ahead of time when I'm actually going to stream. Yeah. Well, I wasn't really expecting, like, you're not a coder, so like I imagine I'm just boring you. So I understand if you weren't subscribed. Like I got friends on here that I follow, but I never actually watch because a combination of time, and there's only like so much of watching other people play video games I can stand before I want to like start working on something. Yeah. Pona and Shane are like in a competition for being my favorite subscriber, or something like that. I don't want you guys to give me your money. I do want you guys to give me Jeff Bezos' money. I will take Prime subscriptions all day. Thanks for the support, Meepy. Oh, crap. No, Genos, I don't want your money. I want Jeff Bezos' money, okay? If you have Amazon Prime, I'll take the sub. If you don't, I don't need it. Shane, I swear, come on. I almost have 22 streams on Seniriu, and I took like a 1-year break from that. Okay. So, we have the current room, and now we're going to have to for loop it. Now, is there an IJK already in use? Because if not, I might have to create one. And I is equal to 1, I less than max room display. Wait a minute. This is 0. I plus plus. Really? Okay, I can bump it up a little bit. What's it at? It's at... Huh. 0 decibels. It should be at full volume. Okay, 0 decibels in foobar, minus 19 in OBS. Let me try to adjust that to... Okay, that bothered me. I want an exact number. Well, it's at minus 15.7. All right, so we're doing the for loop. Current room. Following rooms. It's just changing tracks, man. Just give it a minute. Okay, so the first thing we do is we check... We need to be able to check if previous coordinates are being drawn. Oh, this logic is going to be so painful. All right. So, back to my crappy little drawing on paint. There we go. So we start facing 0 degrees. We do clockwise rotations toward positive X. Okay. And we have a 90-degree field of view. So what's that like? That is not unlike that. Oops. So at 0, that means we should be able to see at plus minus 45. Yeah, well, I mean, what am I? I'm on Win 10. I'm just using whatever tools I have available. Now it's good because when I'm actually drawing stuff, I'm going to be on either GIMP or Paint.net. Usually GIMP. Okay. So at facing 0, you're going to be looking at 45 degrees. Obviously, everything back here should be not visible. So if you're if you're at let me see. Oh boy, this is starting to bother me now. Okay, so your field of view should cut off everything behind you when you're at plus minus. Because right now this is just, if you're looking at 45, it's another 45. And then this will be minus 90. So minus 45 means you can see down to minus 90. But I want to be able to adjust field of view, so I want to be able to calculate based off field of view. So if your field of view is like 60, and that means you need to be looking at minus 90 plus half field of view. No, opponent. We're going to make this a little bit simpler than that. I don't want to have to be... Well, actually, arctangent is on... Yeah. Arctangent is on a... what am I calling it? Genos, don't try to intentionally start fights. You know that question can't lead anywhere good. Generation should count, but people will argue about it. Okay, I like the Arctan idea, but opponent, remind me, Arctan is table based, right? Like we're looking up stuff on tables, so it's not like a long drawn out calculation. Let me switch this over to L. Okay. So we're basically projecting down to a nearest table kind of thing, but it's a big enough table where it doesn't really matter. So now I'm thinking... Things I need to be able to... I think the first thing I need to do is... I have to go through every room and say whether or not it's drawable. So I think what I actually have to do is I have to add visible. Okay. Visible for drawing. Rewritten every frame. Alright. So, first thing we're going to do is we're going to find visible rooms. Which means we have to loop through X, Y, and Z. So wait, Pona, for horizontal field of view 90, what was vertical field of view? It should be 3/4, right? $74. Yeah, but okay, but sanity check, because I don't want to do mental math on stream. 90 times 3 divided by 4. I believe SGL has a frustrum, yes. So wait, so it's not 3/4. No, sorry, it's 4/3. times 4 divided by 3. No, crap. What am I doing? How do you get 74 out of 90? Is it just a flat 82%? Yeah, how do we get that 74 from? I thought it would be like a 4-3 thing, but I guess I'm skipping some trigonometry I shouldn't be skipping. Genos, the thing that you're talking about works on a quad level. I'm just trying to get it on a room level. And on a room level, we can get things a lot simpler. Well, I mean, the rooms are technically 3D, but they're on an integer grid. And I'm either drawing the room or I'm not drawing the room. So there's going to be visible, and there's going to be distance, and that's going to be distance from current room No, Genos, what I'm doing is going to be much, much simpler. Okay, look. So we're going to have distance from current room. I've already figured out what we're going to do. Is first we have to generate a visibility map, which is Pona. You're looking something up, right? What are you talking about? 120 and 164? I don't understand. So we're going to be doing Manhattan distance because it's the fastest distance that you can do. Well, I mean, if you explain me what the motivation behind the math is, I might be able to do it a little bit faster, just by plugging it in somewhere. Nope, I'm not a fan of this song. Let's move on to the next one. I'll skip that one for now. All right. So opponent just gave me this. Opponent, are you using magic numbers again without comments? It's a good number because it corresponds to the angle version of 90 degrees, but what you do when you do that is that you say something like this. 8192 equal angle 90 deg. Here's the thing, Ponut. I'm not hard coding in 90 degree field of view for this calculation. What I'm going to do is What's a sample Kroger? Kroger's a grocery store. What are you talking about? So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to build up a list of distances or deltas or something, whatever you want to call them. So where was I? Here. You just hold that for a second. There's IJK. There we go. K, J, J, K, K, max room display. No, we don't want max room display. We want, really, I should have just copied this. Why is it in back? Oh, yeah, that's right, because my drawing order was screwed up yesterday or last time. Okay. So we go through I, J, and K for X, Y, and Z, and we're going to build up our deltas. Okay, so the delta should be I minus current room X. Crap. And we, okay, so build deltas. Now, Pona, before I keep going, I want you to tell me, is arctan functional on integers? Or do I need to convert these to fixed or something like that? Real quick, while we're doing that, we're going to do field of view 4.3 screen calculation. So how does this work? Yeah, I get the case of the horizontal is 90. It says here the so how does SGL calculate it? Maybe that's the best way of doing it. Are you sure it's 66? Okay, okay. So arctangent gives you if you find a difference in let me just draw the triangle. So if you have this triangle, right angle triangle, and you have an angle here, then if you can get that angle by taking the arctangent of this y and this x. In this case, this is going to be z and x or whatever, but yeah, and that'll get you that angle, and that angle is going to be telling us things that we need to know. That too. So we got angle. Room horizontal. And then angle room vertical. Find angles to rooms. So here's the thing, though, is that if we go along positive z, positive x, huh? Well, we'll figure out how it works. Oh, this is gonna be y. This is gonna be z. So horizontal room angle should be a tan, or is it gonna be SL a tan? Let's just take a quick look at the documentation. Reference. SL A10. So difference in X, difference in Y in fixed, and that will return an angle. Okay, simple enough. So this is an integer. We shift to the left 16 times to get our fixed point. Okay, and what do we need here? So the X in this case... no, I'm thinking... The X in this case is going to be Z, and the Y in this case is going to be X. It's not a floating point, it's a fixed point. There's a... Yeah. And for the vertical, the X is... Ah, crap. So this is the hard part. I mean, we're doing a Manhattan approximation. So the X part is going to be Z plus X. It's going to be ugly, but it's going to work. And the Y part is actually negative Y? Yeah, I don't think it actually matters positive or negative. It's going to be symmetric. But let's do minus just in case. Makes me feel better. So we got the angles to the rooms. Or an approximation thereof. Room within bounds. So we have field of view. So if the horizontal field of view is literally just field of view times 3/4, and then what's the player's position? Player position, target. Okay, we don't use target anymore. That's vestigial. Theta. There we go. So I believe it was... Okay, let's do a quick sanity check. I believe it was theta y, but I don't want to program it wrong the first time. Please compile first. What's that crap? Please compile first. When do we... Run with Metafin. Okay, rotate right. Okay, it's the Y. Rotating right gives me positive, so it's clockwise. Not a fan of this one. Next one. There we go. There we go. So if crap, I already lost it. What was it? Theta Y. I believe it's theta Y minus field of view divided by 2. This is going to be awkward because now I have to handle rollover. So how do I handle rollover? Yeah, because I want to figure out if something is within bounds, but now I'm thinking of the branch cut, where we're going to be looking at like 0 degrees or 1 degrees, and it's technically going to be within bounds, but it's not going to be greater than like 270 or something degrees. Here, let me go use the restroom one more time real quick, and then we'll brainstorm in that like 30 seconds or so. Okay, so the problem here is that I want to check to see if an angle is within basically. So the players will be pointing in a certain direction. So that's going to be theta Y. And my god, this soundtrack is distracting. Just get rid of all this stuff. Okay, so he's going to be pointing in a certain direction. That's going to be theta Y or what have you. And I want to check if it's going to be less than a certain amount or greater than the other amount on the other side. So what I can do is I could cast the angles down to integers, and then trying to fix them that way, or rather, okay, I had an idea. So I don't think I need to cast angles down. So what I need to do is facing facing Z plus. It's like the default. So facing Z plus absolutely means you are at theta y is equal to 0. If you subtract half field of view from theta y, you're going to get a very large number. So it's going to be 360 minus 45 degrees. Congrats, Shane. Okay. Whammo. Yeah, I tried to do that with the Switch, and I gave up, and I ended up just buying one full price from GameStop or something like that. Oh boy. So, facing the Z direction, we want to check if first off, if theta y is greater than 0. No, it has to be greater than 0. That's not the issue. The issue of if it's less than what was it? Deg to angle? There we go. $90.0. And that way, if it's less than that you know that it has to be. Where are you? It has to be somewhere around here. Similarly, if it's somewhere around here, that means it's got to be greater than 270. Small angle. Else if this is greater than 270. So we're splitting this first check in half, but the rest of them should work out just fine. Which means if the distance... Oh, whoops. This should be absolute value. Joe abs. Okay. So for the vertical angle, I need to have the absolute value of distances added up, or otherwise it's going to start canceling things out. We don't want that. So back to this thing. If we're less than 90 degrees, that means we're strictly at 0 or greater. Which means... we should probably have angle lower, limit, and angle higher limit. Okay. Angle is an integer that is taking the place of an angle, where the overflow will turn 360 into 0. So it's just stretching 360 degrees of angle over, I want to say 32 bits of integer. And that's why 8192 is 90. Oh, it's a short, sorry. So short is what, 16 bits? I forget. Okay, yeah. That's 16 bits. Okay. All right, so we've determined that theta is within a certain angle. Okay, so we can tell if theta's in a certain angle, but the problem is if the room itself is at a certain angle. This is from Heroes. Oh, actually, yeah, you see the scrolling thing on the bottom. But it's from the same time period, and it should still be yeah, it's Jin Snow, so that means you know, musical influence is identical. Okay, degree to angle. I'm trying to figure out how I'm gonna handle, like, if this room, if the room angle that I find is like very high. Like, let's say theta is going to be like 1 degree, and the room angle is like 359. How do I handle that? Oh, actually, the rollover should take care of it. If theta y is greater than, or theta y minus OV divided by 2, I've been in the market for 3080. I wanted to try and get a new computer before Cyberpunk, but I don't see that happening anymore. Once the stream is over, maybe I'll try to hit refresh a few times. And I'm also streaming tomorrow morning for the benefit of BioRex, who is in Europe, and will be helping me with model stuff. Sometimes I have game night. You can go see game night streams I pushed on my YouTube channel. It generally I don't save them, but sometimes I do. Like Panzer Dragoon, I wanted to save so I can do Panzer Dragoon Saga. I don't plan on streaming Sonic Heroes. I will do a run through of Sonic 1, 2, and 3 so I can have a good. Well, here Twitch is not going to save it forever, so I will stream on Twitch, and then I will. If I like the stream, I'll push it over to YouTube. But generally, the only things I really save are the programming streams. But I would like to save my own run of Sonic 1, 2, and 3 and Knuckles in order to, you know, preserve something like that. I'm trying to think of a situation where if I subtract the field of view from this angle, it could result in a number that is less than the actual room coordinate, but in a way that it shouldn't be. And I don't think there is. Shane, the thing is, when anytime someone says one Sonic game is better than the other, there's going to be 2/3 of the fandom that violently disagree with it. There is absolutely no consensus on what a good Sonic game is right now. Yeah, for its time, Sonic Adventure 1 was extremely well received. So if theta rolls over, but room horizontal doesn't. So let's say I'm looking directly at the room. if room horizontal shows up as basically 0 degrees, and theta is more or less 0 degrees, but I subtract it out, and it becomes highly positive. No. So the degree that you put in, so Pona, that doesn't help. He already knows it's degree to angle. He doesn't know what an angle is. So the what? No, guys, stop giving wrong explanations. Yes, thank you, Pona. Okay, so the angle is constructed in such a way that when you reach, 2 bytes of data, and you fill them all up, that corresponds to just under 360 degrees, and 0 corresponds to 0 and 360 degrees. So that way you can keep adding to it, and it will roll over if you want. And I am getting frustrated with this thing to the point where I'm going to cast everything down as integers, because this logic is not fun anymore. If it was tile-based, it would be a completely different game. So, opponent, help me out here. I can't do a straight bit shift because I need to divide by 182, correct? Or... Notepad++. I'm just doing it because I'm programming in C and it's easy. It looks okay to me. That's it. Here's the thing, Pona. You have a bad habit of saying it's some number when it really isn't. So 2 to the 16. I don't want an approximation. I want to know exactly what it is. So 360 divided by... No, sorry. 2 to the 16 divided by 360. So it's 182.04444444444. So here's the thing. If I have 2 to the 60 divided by 182, what's the error going to be? Okay, that's acceptable. Using integer angles. Angle divided by 182.044 for repeating is equal to degrees as ints. Sonic CD is also supposed to be pretty well acclaimed, so I don't know where that's coming from. Sinocron, I think you need to take that response a little less seriously than you are. Okay, so now we gotta cast A10 back down to actual integers, and we're doing that by dividing by 182 everywhere that's convenient. Okay, so we're doing, if we're doing that, then we're going to check if room horror is greater than, what, 90? Okay, let's do it if it's greater than 180. If it's greater than 180, then we're going to adjust large angles back down to compensate. Back down to negatives to allow for comparison. There we go. Comparison. Room horror minus equals 180. No, 360. Okay. And now we can do a simple comparison. Now I'm trying to think of when this is going to be necessary. No, trig you can do on, basically trig is done on tables. The problem I'm having is that I want to make a comparison because I want to cull rooms very quickly. Okay, so we're going to be doing... Can you elaborate? What do you mean, like the text editor or what? Okay, so we're going to do horizontal comparison. Well, when you have a branch cut that acts as a rollover, you kind of have to do this. Because otherwise, you know, if you're trying to compare if an angle is greater than another one and it's rolled over, then it's not going to show up. Well, now I'm thinking harder about it. No. This is needed because I need both guys both room horizontal and theta to be on the same side of the branch. Oh, this is good. This is good. This is good. Okay, check this out. So, this is going to be theta y minus half field of view. Divided by 182. And then upper limit. Yeah, we got to change that to upper. Yeah, I guess that would have been valid, but here's what I'm going to do is, handle branch cut crossover. Well, it's not a branch cut because we're not talking about that. So handle rollover situation. So if upper limit is less than lower limit, okay, then we're going to have lower limit minus equals 360. That'll get its negative number. And we're going to do something similar to the horizontal angle of the room. And that way we can just do a straight comparison. If room horizontal is less than or equal to upper limit, and greater than or equal to lower limit, then we draw. I have the right number of things there. There we go. So visibility. Within bounds, set to visible. There we go. What are you asking for? It's just Shift Tab. It's just here. I will highlight this. Shift Tab, Tab, Shift Tab, Tab. It's a standard feature. Most editors will be able to do that. Yeah. Everyone does Shift Tab. I think even Word does Shift Tab, and I don't think you can compile out of Word. Okay, so Alt? You select multiple lines by holding down Shift. I don't know what Alt does. Okay, now let's within horizontal bounds. Okay, once we pass the horizontal check, let's do the vertical check. Vertical check. So, minus? I'm gonna have to implement some sort of vertical angle thing, but I need to calculate it first, and I'm not gonna do that right now. But I don't have a way of moving my head up and down yet, so I don't think it much matters. Okay, so now we have to do adjust. Actually, I'm not sure if it's going to be possible for it to do more than 90 plus minus 90. So room vertical. So check vertical angle. Okay, actually, let's invert this to make it a real check. So if we want less than equal, so if it's greater than upper limit, or greater than, wait, greater than equals less than the lower limit. Oh wait, no, I didn't. I could do it the way I wanted to the first time. I just put this in here. Horizontal past. Yeesh. Okay. So once it passes the horizontal check, it does the vertical check. The vertical check requires fewer compensations for rollover. And because the X on the arctan is strictly positive because of absolute value. Well, I mean, I can write out what they are here. Horizontal angle of room from current room. No lyrics on stream, you know that. Next. Vertical. Okay. Upper angle limit check, and ah, crap. How did I turn on insert? Dang it. Okay. There we go. Lower angle. Okay, so now we have the visibility flag checked. What song? Oh, Escape from the City? Yeah. Thing is, lyrics are distracting, so I try to call them from the playlist. The thing is, every time I move media players, I have to switch out my playlist. Okay, here we go. We generate the list of rooms. We add the current room. And let's set int room set count, or room draw count is equal to 1 so far. So while something, oops, we'll add this in. Oh my goodness, why would you? No, we don't put that there. Okay, I've had a little bit too much soda, so one more restroom break, but I think you guys see where I'm going with this. What I'm doing is I'm going to match distances that I set over here. Where did I set that? Yeah, I'm going to match the distances by summing these guys up, and if they're equal to dist compare is equal to 1. I'm going to add them to... Oh, crap. I'm going to add them to the list. And once I'm done looping through every room, I'll iterate the distance compare. All right, well, I'll explain it when I get back, because I have to use the restroom again, sorry. Okay. So, while room draw count is less than what was it? Max rooms? Max room display. There we go. We're gonna loop through all these guys. So we're gonna check for if room master visible and room draw count less than max room display. Protect draw. Okay. Only add visible rooms to draw list, and only if within distance. And only if number of drawn rooms is within limit. That's what I meant to say. Okay. So we're going to check for that first, and then we're going to see if... oh, this nesting is starting to get nasty. Check distance. If distance compare is equivalent to x plus y plus z Oh, this is going to be Joe absolute value. Oh boy. It's starting to get a little bit convoluted. Okay. So if we do that, x plus y plus z Yeah, so I'm calling invisible rooms off the bat, because what I'm doing is I'm only going to be adding up to 6 based off of here. No, here. I'm only going to be adding 6 rooms to the draw queue. So first I figure out if they're going to be visible based off of that angle calculation we just did over here. That was this segment, find visible rooms using integer angles. And now we're going to generate a list of rooms to draw. Loop through rooms. And I'm going to add them in order of distance. So first off, we're going to start with a distance of 1, because we've already put a distance of 0 initially. Oh, I forgot we're min and max. Okay. Yeah, I can make this go. Use the same code I did before and just figure out, but room range in this case is going to be distance compare. So now we get to figure out, we're only going to be looping through the rooms that are within the potential range to actually be in the correct distance. And then we're going to add, wait. Only add visible rooms to draw list, and only if the number of drawn rooms is within the limit. So if room draw count becomes equal to max room display, then we're going to get kicked out every time we loop through, and then we're going to escape all these for loops. Iterate compared distance. Now this can get caught in an infinite loop, so I need to let me see. When I create a room, do I iterate a total room count? Room number. Okay, where's room number? 0. So let's not yet. I'm not oh crap. What's with the... Yeah, first we're going to do the intelligent sorting, and then after that we're going to see if we can't call even harder. How do I... Oh, okay, wait. Oh, Shane, you already took care of that before I could, Thank you. Yeah, me neither. I was looking for the mod button, but you found it before me. Okay. So we check the distance. If the distance matches, then we add oops, okay. It's going to be I, J, and K. The index is going to be room draw count. And then we're going to iterate room draw count. Distance matches. Add room to render list. Then iterate draw count. What are we missing? So max room display. What we need instead of max room display, we need to also we need to zoom in, max room display, and room number. Let's give you total room count. In case we have like if the room count or the max room display was like 6 and we accidentally made a dungeon with 5 rooms, we get in an infinite loop here. Now we're gonna loop through rooms to draw. So let's reset room draw count back down to 0. Oops. Iterate. All right. And now we get to steal the original drawing code. There we go. And there's also that print line flag. I want to save. All right. We need to set the coordinates. So I is equal to crap, what did we write? Room draw chords. This. Draw count 0, J and K are going to be 1 and 2. We're going to iterate room draw count to get to the next room. All right, that should work. Let's try running. Oh my god. Okay, undeclared. How is it undeclared? I was just using it up over Nya? Does this not count as a declaration? Fine. Oh, what now? Map Delta undeclared. On 465. I mean, map delta is a little bit redundant now that we have distance. Try again. Oh, now what? Max room undeclared. What is min room undeclared? Are you failing killing? Okay. 351. Did I not declare it here? Where did I declare it? Min room, max room. So wait, what does min room, max room do? Oh, no. This is, we need to replace this. This is room num X, Y, and Z. Oh, sorry, that's 0, 0, and 0. Y, X, and Z. Try again. Oh, what? Dang it! No. What was it complaining about this time? I thought it was ready this time. Okay. Undefined reference to Atan. Ponut. Where should I use Atan? So what do I? It's SL8. Oh my goodness. So stupid. Okay, so the first test, just make sure that it didn't break. We should see similar results as what we saw before. Yeah, I'll get around to that eventually. It looks like something is broken. I definitely don't have 3,449 frames per second. Okay, what broke? There's so much stuff added in here. It could be literally anything. There's a return statement. Yeah. So basically, I just went out and found a royalty-free image, and I converted it to a format I could use, and I shoved it in over. Yeah. So I just found a royalty-free image and turned it into a TGA. Oh yeah, I'm definitely stuck in a while loop. I'm just trying to figure out which one I'm stuck in because there are several. Oh boy. If room draw count is less than Jomin... Okay, let's start from the top. Because it's definitely somewhere in the only function we changed. Draw rooms. At least I hope that's the only function we changed. So, I don't think we can be stuck in a for loop, because that's pretty well-defined behavior. Y, X, and Z. Yeah, I mean, the TGA part was just... I mean, the actual way of doing it is simple. The problem is we were trying to do it a more complicated way that would save space, but that was a problem for last stream. But yeah. But if you're working in the Saturn, you're working in TGA, so you just gotta use GIMP and convert. We're not doing any calls to IJ or K in here to make it change a value, so I don't think we can get stuck in here. This is just doing finding out if a room is visible or not. I'm pretty sure this is solid. While room draw count is less than Jomin, room draw count iterates when this thing... So if this thing never iterates, then it can get stuck. So that's one potential problem. The other one is... Well, here, Let's change this to a for loop. For room draw count equals 0. Room draw count less than the minimum between the max room display and the total room number, and room draw count plus plus. That will prevent anything untowards from happening. In English. Is there going to be a programming stream in Hindi with like 10 times as many viewers as I have? Oh, sweet. I'm number 1. At least for tonight. I mean, this was kind of like a last minute thing. I just decided I was going to stream tonight. I mean, pretty much it's all thanks to, I already forgot his name, the braid guy. I really should know his name since he gave me all these viewers. Oh my goodness, Pona, you and your freaking commie paranoia. Jonathan Blow. I gotta commit that name to memory. I really should. Like he's a good indie developer, obviously. Like Braid was a good game. Well, is, not was, but you know what I mean. I'll send him a thank you on Twitch or on Twitter or something like that. Oh my goodness. So this while loop, I believe, is the only one where something could really happen. Current room minus distance compare. Maybe I'm looking at distance the wrong way. Because min room okay, so no, that's first off, what's distance compare? Shoot, no, that's good. No, that's okay, so distance compare is in absolute numbers. Uh-oh. Okay. Let's not make that mistake. Thank you for catching that. Okay. J, I, and K. So if it's visible and room draw count is less than well, this is just making sure I don't try to overwrite in the middle of the loop. Okay. This logic is solid because it's literally a copy and paste of what I was doing last time. So the distance compares an absolute distance. So I subtract it from the current room coordinate to a minimum of 0 and add it to the current room coordinate to the maximum of the max index I can find for a room. Yeah, so no, and if you ever touch, like, if you even say you're going to touch Nintendo stuff at all, they start coming after you and your family and kill your cat. I wanted to do a Pokemon port to Saturn really badly, but then the more I read about everyone else that ever did a Nintendo port, I was like, no, I want to keep this on my website. I don't want to have to delete it because it's really hard, a lot of work to port a game. Yeah, Nintendo sucks. Sega's great about that because Sega doesn't ever copyright claim their music. They let you do whatever they want. I mean, they let you draw their characters doing unspeakable things to each other. It's they honestly do not care about their brand, which is kind of evident with the quality of their games. But you know. Okay, if it was bought by them, then it's theirs. That's how intellectual property works. I mean, there's a difference between letting people use like music and sprites and stuff, and like releasing source code for an entire freaking game. I can understand why they would not want source code for a game out. What did he ask? I missed it. I was too busy thinking about this. It's definitely in here that the for loop is screwing me up somehow. I mean, the logic is simple. It should just work. If distance compare is equal to this absolute value plus this absolute value plus this absolute value, it should work. Wait a minute. Why am I bit shifting? What's distance in? Why am I bit shifting? Why am I bit shifting? Distance, 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 distance. Distance is an integer. Distance is calculated as an integer. Why am I bit shifting? Oh, I already fixed that chain. Okay, so Pona, the approach that I'm using is that first we draw the room with 0 distance. You draw the room that you are in. And then you check for all the rooms that are both visible and a distance of 1 away and add them to the list in order of whenever you find them. Once you have added all the one distance rooms away, if you still have rooms left to draw, we have 6 total, we start adding the 2 distance rooms and then the 3. And so on until we either hit max room display count or the total number of rooms set up in this dungeon. So that, I'm pretty sure what I just fixed was the problem. So I'm going to have to sort through all the rooms multiple times, but the min room max room calculation should make things a little bit easier on the compiler for that. Also, let's go ahead and change the maximum room number to a more reasonable thing. So let's do a 10 by 10 potential dungeon. And then the room generation, I hope that was the fix. So we have 0, 1, 0, 1. Here, I'm just going to make a tower 2 by 2 tower, or 2 by 2 by 3 tower. Okay, so that means there should be up to 12 rooms in the render space, but only 6 of them should be visible. Or, yeah. Game Freak kind of more or less knows what they're... Like, they screwed up a little bit on the last game, at least for the initial release. But even still, they make bank on the Pokemon brand. It's established enough for anything that they make and sell. But they only did that by making the good games the first few times already. No, 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 no! Ah! Okay. I have a way of bug checking this. If max room display is 1, then the only room that I will be checking for is the room I'm in, right? Okay, so... crap. Okay, so I lowered the room count down to 1. That means it should only try to draw 1 room at a time. And if it does that, then I know where I can find the error. I am aware of Sonic Robo Battle. I'm not aware of Sonic Robo Battle Kart. Okay. It's not drawing the room. It is handling the room logic. It is tracking which room I'm in. What the? Room 00 will draw. Room 001 will draw. But this room will not draw. Yeah, these are test textures. These are just for me to figure out which direction textures are being drawn in. Sign errors? Donut, if it's sign errors, I'm gonna be sad. Okay, so we are currently incapable of entering this loop. Okay, so this loop is no longer a factor. We are incapable of. No, we're in this loop. Okay. Current room. I don't see how it's possible for there to be sign error here. Current room is literally what current room is, and it gets written to draw chords. And then when we draw it, this is the same. How can I not be incrementing the for index at the for loop? It doesn't make any sense. It's part of the construction of the for loop. Also, okay, so and that's not the issue. I am getting the draw code. It is activating. The sign error could potentially be at distance. But that wouldn't make any sense unless I severely screwed something up. Wait a minute. I shouldn't have to write this. Because distance should have already been determined way back here. Current room. This should be correct. Yeah, I am comparing the thing I am looking at to the room I'm currently in. These should all check out to 0, though. Oh, you know what? Okay, so this shouldn't be the issue. However, there is a chance that the distances are throwing off the room, because set visible only happens after it checks for 2 different angle calculations. However, I think what's going on here is it's somehow skipping the distance calculation for the room that you're currently in. Always draw current room. If okay, so if the sum of the the sum of the absolute value of the distances is equal to 0, then it has to be visible. Okay. And that doesn't really address the problem, though, because it might be the angles that are off somehow. I could replace the vertical angle check with 0, but I need it for multi-story stuff. Z plus X. Let's try that. Wait, why is distance being shifted? Oh, okay. No, I know why. I know why, because I need that for the tangent. Yeah, we got to check the trig. You're right. Okay, that should do that. So let me see if this fixes the not drawing the room you're in problem. Nope, it did not. Okay, so if I'm in this room, I spin in a circle. None of the angles seem to... But that doesn't make any sense. What is current room set to? Am I printing current room? Where's my print statement? Maybe I'm tracking current room incorrectly, but I don't think I am because the logic hasn't changed. Oh, no, come on. We'll solve this. What the? Come on. Plus plus. I haven't seen him. He hasn't sent me a test build in a while, but I assume it's going well, and I assume he's gonna submit it for the competition. Oh, okay. Well, there you go. So current room is 100. And I should... It should always draw the current room. There's no reason it can't draw the current room. No, the logic for drawing current room should be more or less inescapable. Current room is being tracked correctly. It knows what room I'm in. It knows that it needs to draw that room because this is happening. If this is happening, that means this stuff has happened. So it should be drawing something. Distance should be an integer. Okay, so that shouldn't be possible. We haven't changed the logic for P data. When we create the room, the P data is set, and it's just grabbing that pointer. No, because it's more of a displacement. What I'm using it for is maybe it's a misnomer here, but I'm using it as a displacement. So if it's negative, if it's less x or less z or something like that, then I want it to reflect that so that I can draw it with the correct offset during this draw command. That's what this room grid times room master distance is doing. But really, if you're in the same room, the distance has to be 0. It should not be 0. So when we calculate distance, where are we calculating distance? Yeah, distance is equal to whatever you're probing minus current room. So it has to be 0. Maybe I can change the print statement to tell me the distance instead of the IJK. Delta. I bet you this is being cast as some sort of fixed or something. I bet you that's the problem. If it's initialized inside the for loop, it's going to stop being initialized as soon as you exit the for loop. That's what I found out earlier. Wait a minute. Wait. What are you guys on about? No, it's here. There, it's initialized here and it's set here. Oh, sorry, you guys can't see that. But yep, deltas are wrong. That's a good start. 0 delta, -1, 3 on the vertical. How do you get 3? Okay, anyway, to address what you guys just said. IJK initialized here, set here. How in the world did distance on X become... This has to be 0. If it's 0, it's 0. I mean, yeah. How did that happen? Current room is not changing. Current room is set. Yeah, update current room happens here. Once it's here, then we start doing the calculations for the drawing. But once you've set current room is what it is. So the coordinate that you are probing minus current room on the current room has to be 0, right? No, it's not. It's X. This is Y, X, and Z, and we're inheriting that from earlier when we had to filter out the vertical first. I guess I could, but it would make things very hard to debug, or not debug, but I mean, basically I'd be asking for trouble here. Not only because X, Y, Z capital are enumerated for a different reason, like here, but also because I'd have to change a whole bunch of stuff that I don't want to. But IJK, XYZ should be easy to remember. The problem is, how is the distance incorrect? Current room is an integer, right? We know that. Yeah. Yeah? Yeah, current room is an integer. I refers to X. Distance X. J minus Y, K minus Z. K refers to Z. I refers to X. J refers to Y. But here, somehow, we have not been able to... And this is looping through every room, too, so it has to happen. It has to have been hit here. Yes. Yes, it has to be that. What we're printing here is IJK for... Yeah, so the room draw coordinates. So the first item on the list, because we're only drawing one room right now, is room draw count 0, 1, and 2. Maybe... Oh, wait. 0, 1, 2, XYZ. 0, 1, 2, XYZ. No. Maybe I'm mixing up coordinates on I and J. Somehow. But I'm not seeing where. I am not a fan. What is this? Okay, let's get rid of all this cutscene crap because I'm not a fan of it. Next song. Okay, that's okay. Oh boy. Distance doesn't need to be rewritten. The distance shouldn't have to be. No. It shouldn't have to be rewritten. So the IJK call should be equivalent to the coordinate. Right? There has to be something obvious here that I'm not catching. We're just going... Okay, so the first item on the list, that's the one we're looking at. Room draw coordinates. And I bet you the crash came when I tried to address a negative indexed room, because those coordinates are not matching. But the distance, if the distance is wrong, let's try again. Okay, so let's go in and out of the room just to make sure. 0, -1, and 3. If I go forward, it's still -1 and 3. So how did it do that? How am I getting... The room that I am looking at is 1 behind and 3 above what it should be. Okay, so let's look at the coordinates then. What could it possibly be to cause 3 to happen? So I should be probing 1, 0, 0. Okay, we can try iterating on Z and see what happens. Oh, crap. No, it's, it's just consistent. The delta is consistently wrong somehow. But not on x equals 0. If I go forward on Z, Z is always correct. Okay, here's the thing. If I do that, I'm afraid that this thing's going to crash. We're not going to be able to probe everything. No. It's the draw command isn't looping through every room when it starts drawing. It's looping through this array of room draw coordinates. So where else do I draw it? Here we go. I, J, K. Okay, here's the thing. We're not going through this loop right now anyway, so that's not even coming into play. Okay, fine. Here's the print again. So, oh, sorry, the actual print command. So it should be this. So the room shows the I, J, and K, which should be the same thing as room draw coordinates. And then the X distance, the Y distance, and the Z distance. Here, let me make it easier to read. But how can that be? So it's definitely drawing the room off screen. That's what's probably happening, and we can't really rotate to see it again, because I think it's not only so far off screen, it's so far above. It thinks the delta on Y is 3, which is massive. But the distance on X should be I minus current room. I is set to that. No, it's going here. This loop should be going through every room to build the deltas first. So first we make sure that the current room is correct, and it does look correct. The current room logic should be working. And then from there, we loop through every Y for a J, and X for I, and Z for K to create this distance. And distance along X is going to be the I coordinate that we're examining, minus the current room's X coordinate. No, there's no break here. At least there shouldn't be. There's just the comparison logic, but it does the comparison logic for every single room, and then it escapes. But the error is somehow here, but I don't know how. So if I look at how distance is, oops. Control Z. There we go. Okay, if I look how distance is defined, it's an integer, right? So I'm not mistreating it. I'm not casting it as a float or something like that, or a fixed. I is an integer. Current room is where are you defined? Current room is an integer. The thing is, if I try to print distance every time I set it, I'm calculating distance for every single room. Current room is an indexed array. It's got 3 elements in it, X, Y, and Z. Yeah. So current room has X, Y, and Z, and you call it with X, Y, and Z. So I minus current room should get you a distance, or your delta at least. Okay, let's go with your guys' idea. Let's comment this part out real quick. Grab this. And shove it over... Okay, yeah, you're right. And now that I think about it, I want to add a break here for when the room doesn't exist. Only calculate real rooms. So if alive, there we go. All right. If not that, break. That way we should only see a handful. Oh, now what? Print line. Oh, yeah, whoops. Where's print line? Take that. Yeah, it exits this loop. It's not going to exit this loop or this loop. It's a not equals alive. If not alive, break. Print flag. Or it's more of a print tracker, really. Print counter. Oh, yeah, you're right. No, it wasn't. He's right. I would have exited the Z loop and I would have lost all my Z access rooms as soon as one didn't exist. Well, it's too late. I already made the if statement, whatever it is. It works as written. This is better. Oh my goodness, I don't have that many rooms to check. Why are you checking all those rooms? Okay, my current room should be 100, so that delta is correct. I don't know why it's checking. If it doesn't exist, it shouldn't be checking. What gives? Initialize room should set everything to false. create room should set it to true. Over there, yeah. I shouldn't have to do that. There's no way that that's the problem. But if it's... I'm trying to look for a place where I'm like writing where I is as opposed to something else, like if I'm accidentally overwriting it and I can't see it. Yeah, but this is the only line where it's doing that, isn't it? This is a comparison, so that's not breaking anything. I shouldn't have to do this. If it's alive, it should trigger. If not, it should keep going. But current room only changes up here. It's the first thing we change on the draw command. And the current room is being tracked correctly. So current room is fine. But then, why are I, J, and K... Okay. It's like I'm somehow writing something somewhere as... Okay, so I start off in position 1, 0, 0, and the delta 0 is correct. But if I go over to this room... Oh, crap, I have to sanitize my print statements, otherwise it's going to do that. There we go. Okay, just let me recompile to make sure I sanitize that input. Or that print statement, sorry. Okay, so I'm in 100 and the delta is correct. If I move forward, I should be at 101, and the delta for that should go back from 1 to 0. So that delta is correct. I don't understand why 0010 is being checked. But the deltas it's reporting appear to be correct. Here, I'll move up the print statement for current room. But if it's getting the correct distance here, what is causing distance to change by the time I get... Huh. Am I setting anything here? Does, SL Atan should not be able to manipulate these guys at all. Yeah, so the correct delta should be... Do I need to reverse these? Is this going to be... Thing is, no, that shouldn't be the issue. Because the delta should be identically 0. Which means when I... Okay, we're setting coordinates. So here we're filtering out the visibility. So this is the visibility finding loop, okay? This is where we're writing the distances. That's the total number of permitted rooms along a certain direction. So we have 10, 3, and 10. Oh, crap. Guys, I was overflowing. I was overflowing on 3 different loops. That's pretty bad. That explains why I was trying to probe for non-existent rooms. He was looking at index 10. Okay. It's still not drawing it, but at least the coordinates make some amount of sense. Alright, well, thanks for stopping by, Shane. Good night. I know it's already late for me, so it must be really late for you. Okay. So the draw command is still screwing up, but it's not screwing up in the same way we were doing before. So maybe we have similar issues. But the deltas it's reporting are correct. Alright. Let's grab this. Print current room info. So we fixed one bug. The display problem is another bug. Integer times fixed minus fixed should be fine. Yeah, none of this logic changed. You think they aren't indexed properly? I think they are. I, J, and K should be 0, 1, 2, right? Room draw chords, when we add them, X, Y, Z, 0, 1, 2. 0, 1, 2. X, Y, Z. I, J, K is X, Y, Z. It should start at, well, it's indexed at 0. It starts at 0 here. Where does it iterate? Room draw count. Yeah, I don't even need, this line is superfluous. Room draw count equals 0. Room draw count less than the max number I can do, plus plus. Why would they be plus 3? I don't understand. Wait, what are you guys talking about? What? Oh, okay, no. Oh, okay, yeah. So the first index is which room, the second index is the coordinate. Okay, so let's see what's going on with my draw command. Okay, the delta is correct in the draw command. And the first draw command I should be probing is a distance of 0. So, what's up with that? So that's drawing. That's drawing. Yeah, we should see it, shouldn't we? So then it's not drawing it? Is that what's going on? But if it's not drawing it, we're printing inside the draw loop, right? The very next thing that happens... here, let's move this up to the top. Just in case. We set the coordinates, and then we print them. So if the distance is 0, then all we're doing is we're transiting it by player position, and player position is not a large number, so we should see some part of it. This is still correct because this happens when you check the map. Oh, that would be super annoying if that was the problem. So when I print a Boolean, do I just do %d or how do we do in that? Yeah, but the player distance you see at the top of the screen, that's the only non-zero part of that calculation, and it's not that far off. I would think so, yeah. I think true is equal to 1. Or at the very least, it's got to be not equal to 0 in some spectacular fashion that we'll see something. It says it's visible. If it's visible, it should... Actually, it would have to be visible, otherwise it wouldn't have gotten this far, but it says it's visible. Well, Sega did it because C didn't, but we just found out it's 1. So visible is that, then here's the thing. I didn't touch these transforms except to replace something with distance. And if this is 0, and this is 0, and this is 0, and the only differences are camera height and player positioning. So what I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to do... no translation. I'll keep the rotation because that shouldn't change anything. Scale factor is 1, so that shouldn't be doing anything. P data start. If it's looking at room IJK, then yeah, that should work. Okay, let's see if without the translation, it should just pop it at the center of the screen. SLTAN returns a number. It returns a fixed. So, and I'm setting it to some temporary variable, so it's not overwriting anything. Okay, so so that's what happens when you remove the translate. Then you're printing it so that the center of the screen is your 0 point. So my face is currently in the middle of the floor for room 000, but it still doesn't want to room 100. But how can that be? So P data is set by map rooms, right? Okay. So here's where we copy the P data over. So we have the room master, where we malloc the P data for that entity. Okay, so what's a good P data then? That's how do we load in the rooms? P data room master. Okay, so let's go to look at where we load the rooms, draw rooms, load rooms. Okay, I should say void, shouldn't it? Yep. Okay, so actually, Ponon, I might need your help on this. If I wanted to directly grab one of these guys. Thing is, this was working before, so I'm not sure that grabbing a strange P data should be the answer here. And as we saw, the translate doesn't really need to be fixed either. Entity 0, Paul 0? Okay. So we can take this. Zero dot pull 0 VCS. What? What's VCS? I'm pretty sure the way I wrote it, it's not going to work. Especially because I entities. Yeah, I don't know how that happened. Every time I finish a stream, I push a copy of this thing to Git. So you can actually grab the copy of last week's Seniriu. The link should be, if it's not in the description in Twitch, it's definitely on the description in YouTube. Okay, so I'm grabbing P data. Well, that works. Oh, that's a window, that's fine. Okay. Wait, is 2... It's drawing rooms that don't exist. That's not good. I didn't define 2. No, that's the thing. These are the wrong rooms. We manually set it to the first room I load, which is the room with 1 door in it and 3 windows. So it knows to draw a room. It even knows to draw it at the correct distance when I go out of bounds of the grid. However, it's drawing rooms that do not exist. 200 was not set in the room generation. See here, I have 0, all this stuff, which means when I draw... Okay, guys. The first issue is current room, at least in this case, is not always going to be an existing room. So if current room, oh boy, where's room master? There we go. Z, Y, X, okay. Dot, alive. Okay, then I set current room. There we go. It shouldn't have been, but let's find out, because in the situation where I was in a defined room, I was in a room that should have been alive, and it still wasn't drawing it. But yeah, let's go ahead and see what's up with that. Why not? I have room draw count is equal to 0. If it doesn't iterate, then it's going to just start at 0. As opposed to 1. Okay. So I start at room 100. If I go to 200... Okay, so the logic sorting the closest room is correct. Now let's see if I go back to grabbing the correct P data, it will draw the correct room. Okay, where is it? Not you. Where did we start friendling around with the P data command? Oh, there we go, this one. Let's go back to the correct P data. I'm assuming that when I set a room to be alive, I'm setting its P data correctly. Because it was doing that before. Except now it's not. So what gives? Does 10... Oh crap, you know what? I need to go back in there. I need to check one thing. If it's not drawing the current room, then what room is it trying to draw something? Here's the thing, I didn't touch the P data. It should not have moved. I don't understand how it could have gotten screwed up. All the files are still there. So if I rotate, presumably it's telling me it's trying to draw room 100. Okay, so the P data is set by map rooms. I'm doing it, however, the way that XL2 normally does it, which I assume is in low work RAM. Copy what? What are you talking about? Okay, so, I mean, this is what I was doing before. Okay. So what I assume you guys want me to do is pdata room master should already be an array of pointers to pdata. Or xpdata, at least. Right? So I can just set it as a pointer to... Hey, what's going on here? Something got screwed up here. Like, in a way that I can't explain either. Oh, it just went off screen, but I don't... Well, I mean, the way the code is written, it's asking for... Okay, well, let's look. So the room struct has an entity ID. Where? Yeah, it has pdata start, but it has entity ID. But the draw command... let me see. What's the draw command look for? So it takes, let's see, SL translate, put polygon. It takes in the pdata start. Okay, so inside of this, we use room master dot or entities entity ID. This. So let's see if that works. The thing is, this was working before, so it shouldn't be broken now. Okay. Why is it a 4x4? That's the default. Somehow, it's writing the default room. 4x4 is a default, but there should be a window here, not a door, because this is the edge of the map. So, like, if I go over here, it's writing the incorrect one. So is entity ID not... Yeah, all these... It's drawing all these 4x4s, and it shouldn't be. Well, let me see if it's drawing non-existent rooms again. I guess not. Hey, why is that? The entity ID is not being set correctly, which means something broke inside the mapping function. So in map rooms, entity ID is set to 0. And entity ID is only set to 4 if door count is equal to 4. And door count is only equal to 4 if you sum all the doors and get 4. Oh, I don't like this song. Off the playlist. So door count defaults to 0, not 4. So 0 should be the single door example. If door count is being set to 4, that means the entity ID of what? What are we looking at? What's the draw command grabbing? It's grabbing entity ID pull 0 from room master. I, J, K are being set to the draw coordinates. The draw coordinates are correct because we're seeing them. So it's drawing the correct coordinates, which means the mapper is not drawing the correct room ID. That doesn't make any sense because it was working before. Let's print out how many doors this current room has. Where's the print statement? Here. Okay. Doors. %D, 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 %D. Yeah, I'd have to commit this first, and I'm not going to do that yet. Okay, doors 0, 1, 2, 3. But let me just check real quick to see. Oh no, doors got cut off. Okay, I'm satisfied that the delta is correct, but okay, before I resort to that, let's just check to see, because I think we're getting closer already. Because it's grabbing the wrong entity ID, and that entity ID is not the default, which means it had to have thought something about the doors. And I do remember changing something about the door logic earlier. because I was trying to add something. I had to take it away. So... yeah, it thinks there are all 4 doors are present. So that's the problem. Oh, okay. Why did it think that one was closer? Yeah, all of them think all 4 doors are activated. So I bet you I can figure out what's going on here now. For the mapping, not in draw rooms, but the mapper. The mapper. Wait a minute. Create rooms. So the initialized rooms, all the doors should be set to 0. 0 through 4. 0 through... okay, so 0 through 5, sorry. 6? 6? Okay. So yeah. Which means for the mapper has to... or during the create room process. All of these were activated somehow, and I don't know if it's because of these brackets or not. Ah, this is the line. I set it to 1 instead of 2. When I was trying to write the windows, I wrote doors instead. Okay. This looks correct. But this is saying that there's nothing in this direction? No, 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 no. When I create a room here, the adjacent room should have... this should be a door here. It's not checking for doors along X. So how did that break? Oh, wait. This should be opacity. Opacity was 1, not doors. Doors is binary. Just copy this whole thing and replace it with opacity. It's because of that opacity thing I was trying to do. I wasn't even going to implement it today, I just wanted to build in the compatibility. Okay, well we can shrink it back down to 2 by 2 because I think the generation map is all 1s, except for the Y direction, which is whatever it is. It's almost 2. Oh. I misspelled opacity. Or did I misspell it? It's on Create Room, right? So now it should get the correct door count because, here we go, 2, window, window, there we go. Door, window, door, door, window, window, door. Okay, there we go. That's fixed. Now let's get the room draw count back up. What's that under? 7, that's the most we got before. And the 7 closest rooms should pop up, including the ones above. Yeah. I'm still not sure about not copying the P data over, because I'm definitely going to want to do something like that for the entities, but it might make the lighting situation a little bit better if everything's... Oh, come on. Okay, let's just try 2. If 2 doesn't work, then we know that there's something wrong inside of my, the loop that goes through everything past the first one. And that's a crash. Okay. So, that only leaves one real place for that that problem to happen. Okay, let me see. So find visible rooms using integer angles. Okay, no, visible rooms, it looks like it's being good. Oh, you know what? What if the number of visible rooms is less than what we have? So let's write in int numVis is equal to 0, and we'll iterate it every time a viz is set to true. Iterate number visible. Number of visible rooms. There we go. And that'll simplify some of the logic for other stuff later too. If master.viz, then we iterate numVis. Because it's probably looping out of control there, and that means while room draw count is less than numVis, There. What is that? Oh my goodness. The doors are right. The room. What is it looking for? How is it trying to look for room 5 billion or something? It not only is it looking for room 5 billion, it assumes it's visible because otherwise it wouldn't be trying to draw that statement. So if you look at the first room, you have I don't know if can you see the mouse? You can't see the mouse. Okay. So after the line current room, you have room 100. The deltas are correct because I start there. It is visible, and the doors are pointing north and west. That is correct. The next room it tries to acquire is on this ridiculously undefined coordinate, which means we screwed up on the coordinate somewhere on finding visible rooms. So, alive and visible, when you initialize everything, should be false. Okay. And it's trying to grab some ridiculous coordinate, but that couldn't be possible because the eye should be restricted between 0 and less than room number. Yeah, I know. But it shouldn't be when it's printing. It's printing. Where's the print statement? It was printing distance, so it was an uninitialized distance. Okay. No. It's printing I. So for some reason, it thought that, Oh, whoops. Cool, numviz, right? Where is that? Numviz. Yeah, it was going out of bounds there. But it was trying to look at a room number that was far too large. So something was added to the room, or the something was added to the thing that tracks out which rooms are visible. That queue of drawable rooms. So I guess the next one was uninitialized or something. There we go. It's not drawing. So it's trying to find two rooms. 100 is the one I'm in, and the one directly above me. Are you serious? Dang it. It's looking at. It thinks the room directly above me is visible, but the angle for that should be huge, right? The room directly above me should be 90 degrees north. So here we can probably set the number of displayable rooms to a lot, but that doesn't change the fact that it shouldn't be displaying that room above me. It doesn't crash, but the logic for the vertical angle is wrong. What I don't get is it should have gone through low numbers first, I think, on the Y, right? Unless that's going backwards. So if it's going through low numbers first, why is that the first room it thought it was visible? It only I told it could display up to 7. It only thinks 2 of them are visible. Because now it thinks more are visible, but it's starting to grab rooms from above me first. So let's check this out from externally. So my current room is set to 0, 0, 0. That's the one closest to the screen. And for some reason, it thinks that room in the far off corner there, that would be room 121, is in the list of the 7 closest rooms. So my sorting method that I wrote, that we finally got to the point where we can check the sorting method. The sorting method is not right. Let me see. Find visible rooms using integer angles. Okay, it's here. We have our distance. Okay, so the first, let's move the print statement here. Let's find the horizontal and vertical angles. All right. Okay, so, here. So if the room is visible, it should tell us. So we have IJK, we have the deltas, we have visibility, which is kind of redundant here. We have the doors, and then we have angles. And they're integer angles, so it should work out. So we have, let me see. Vertical angle and horizontal angle. No, I want to be able to grab Y stuff later on, so I want to keep this logic as is, and just make sure everything's within my cone of sight. Okay, so the angles are... The current angles for this room look like they're... Oh my goodness. They're freaking out. So let me try to get this. So it thinks... let me try getting closer. There we go. So it thinks the angles for room 000 to itself are 156 and 156. But they kind of glitch out a little bit to minus 72. Yes, that's true, and that's kind of part of the thinking process. So room 1. I don't understand. These angles, these angles don't look right. Room 1, let me see. For some reason, it thinks this room over here, room 100, there, has an angle of 135. Oh, no, room 001 has an angle of... Okay, no, that's where I was. 180. Yeah, okay, an angle of 180 sounds correct for that. Yep, you're right. Okay, let me do, display. Let me just display 3 rooms. Actually, no, let's display 5 rooms. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to, generate... No, 4 rooms, sorry. Where is it? Generate 4 rooms. But I'm going to create a pattern of 1, 0, okay, 1. No, I want 2. Okay, I'm trying to think of what I'm trying to do here. So the center of this square would be this, and then we'd be 1 off every time. So that means we want 1 at 2, or 1 at 0, and then 1 at 2. And then 1 at 0, and 1 at 2. And that way we'll have a grid of rooms around us. Why does it think that there shouldn't be a room 110? That's not possible. I didn't create that room. I did not create room 100. Why is it there? That's not possible. Everything should be in the XZ plane. There shouldn't be a Y room. Let me create the center room as well. I have the equivalent already for, let me see. If it's alive, the only reason this would continue is if it's alive. Huh. Maybe this needs to be inside that loop. if it's alive, and then if it's visible, it'll iterate the number and display something. But somehow something was being set as visible when it shouldn't have been. Everything should have been initialized as invisible. Yeah. Okay, this is my current room, 101. But it is looking for room 110. And it is not drawing the rooms adjacent, which is what I expected to have. See, there, that room up there, that shouldn't exist. This room should exist. This room is correct to exist. There should be a room over here. This is correct. There should be a room over here, and there isn't. Did I somehow screw up the coordinates, or the draw coordinates screw up? It looks like, maybe... Yeah. At the top of the frame... Oh, no, we are not. Okay, so at draw rooms, we have update current room. Set to not visible. That could have been a contributing factor. So we were strictly adding things to the visibility list and not detracting. That doesn't explain why there are things on multiple floors when there shouldn't be. Something is going wrong with the draw coordinates there. Maybe like an X and Y are getting skewed up or something like that. It's not drawing any of the other rooms that are adjacent, and it should. See, that room should have been drawn. There should be multiple rooms being drawn. And that room shouldn't exist. I should be able to draw multiple rooms. Maybe the deltas on the draw command are incorrect somehow. Okay, so the only reason it would be printing out this information is if it was visible. But if it's visible and it's within the count, oh. No, wait. We want to lie. Always draw current room, right? So if it's alive and it's the current room, then it should already be visible, so I can just change this to visible. It shouldn't change the logic at all. It could be an XZ mix-up, but there's not a lot of room for that, because we already, like, quintuple checked everything. So distance compare, set to 1. and should iterate. X is I, Y is J, Z is K. X, Y, Z. Okay, well this is not really consequential here. X is I, Y is J, Z is K. Roommaster ijk.viz if it's visible, and the draw count is less than the number visible, and the distance checks out. So the first thing we do is we check for current room being visible. That's defined by distance equals 0. Let's see, in room X, X, Y, 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 Z, 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 Z. Okay, that looks correct. We loop through the rooms to draw. Maybe I'll move this. No, that's good where it is. IJK 012. That's XYZ. X, Y, and Z. Camera height along Y, Z along Z. This all looks correct. And these less than or equal signs are correct because we're setting it to max room -1. Is the problem that we initialized, oh boy. Did we initialize IJK somewhere and now we're not allowed to redo that? But that should throw a compilation error. Yeah, there it is. Room draw coordinates. Okay, number visible. Okay, so we're counting the number visible here, but now, once we get to this point, well, here's one potential problem. Number visible is counting the number of total potentially visible rooms. This number could be larger than expected. So this needs to be equal to Joe min itself and the maximum number of displayable rooms. Max room display. And that doesn't explain all of the problem. That hardly explains any of the problem, because there are rooms being drawn in places where they don't exist. X, Y, Z. If it's visible, X, Y, Z, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that looks right. Okay, so what we could do is we could do manual full search. This should not help, but we'll try it anyway. Okay, so we're now doing the search on every potential room, just in case. Okay, it only thinks one room is visible right now. But that room is there in the correct place. This room is here in the correct place. This room is here in the correct place. This room still here. Oh, this room is not in the correct place. Room 101, it says it's visible, but it's not rendering as if it were visible. What's going on? Oh, you know what? Here. I think I screwed something up. This should be 3. I'm writing out of bounds. Again, this is another out of bounds problem. So I tried restricted it to that 2x2x3 tower, but I tried to make a cross pattern, and that requires a 3x3 space. Okay, so let me see. Room to the south works. Room to the east works. Room to the north works. And okay, so all the rooms are in the correct place. But they're only drawing one. Whoa, 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 what's going on? It looks like it's only drawing a certain number of distances. And that's not what should be happening. Unless... it says angles are 2 and 2. That doesn't sound right. What happens if I go over here? Yeah, it should still be drawing. The angle should be based off of... Okay, so we once again go back to the problem of the vertical angle seems to be screwing things up, because the vertical angle is calling things it shouldn't be calling. So find visible rooms using integer angles, okay? So we could have either a positive or a negative angle here. Or can we? Actually, Pona, yeah, it should be changing, shouldn't it? No. We're reporting the room angle coordinates. So here, we're reporting... So it's the angle between the two different rooms. Okay, so how about this? Let's scrap this arctan crap, right? Let's just say whatever our angle is. Well, no, I want it for the verticals. Crap. No, but you're right. The player angle should be a factor here, but for some reason it's not. Okay, so the room angle should be whatever the angle is between the x and z coordinate. So going from one to another, let's double check the documentation here because maybe I'm looking at it wrong. But yeah, it's the distance in fixed along x and y. In this case, x is the equivalent of z based off of our drawing, and y is the equivalent of x because the angles are going in this direction. Maybe the bit shift is in the wrong order. Okay. So I think bit shifting negative numbers might have had an issue there. In fact, it definitely would have. Okay, well, still not drawing all the doors I want. At least the doors are in the right place. These angles appear very incorrect. How are you getting an angle of 2 minus 2 for the same room? It should be... So, real quick, let's ask Wolfram what atan of 0, 0 should be. Is that even defined? It's trying, though. Now, the problem is, it's not... I needed to tell me, Here, let's put another print statement here. Visible room info. Visible rooms is %D. Max rooms %D. So we're going to find out if the problem is that not enough rooms think they're visible because of a bad angle calculation. Okay, so it thinks only one room is visible at a time. So that is the issue. Oh boy. Now it thinks there are no visible rooms because my current room... Okay, there we go. When I'm 2 away, it doesn't want to try. What's up with that? Yeah, the thing is, here, let's try to simplify this. You know what, let's just wipe all this crap out, right? No more ATAN, no more any of this stuff. Let's find out. So from input, we have theta, and we're trying to just find theta y, right? Theta y is the player angle. If theta y is less than or equal to 90, or sorry, less than or equal to deg2 angle? Is that how you rate that? Thing is, minus 45 doesn't exist, so it's 365 minus 45. I have to write it with capitals. There we go. Or theta y greater than or equal to, just real quick, 360 minus 45, or let's do FOV divided by 2 divided by 182. I'm gonna do plus minus 45 for now to see how that works out. Draw Z direction. It's an angle. As defined here in input. $360 minus this. Okay, and then we're going to draw the Z direction. So right now we're just going to do a 2-dimensional check, and then later we'll try to implement a 3-dimensional one. But this one is just going to be drawing draw plus Z. And then plus X. It's going to be No, wait. We don't want that yet. Here, we want this. Wait. So, then how do I know what this is? I'm kind of casting it down to an integer, but how's it stored? For display purposes, yes. I use it's a short. Okay, so if it's a short, so am I looking at this right? Because right now I'm assuming that actually no, because I'm looking at it, and whenever I look at it, it's always at let's look at the print statement, because the print statement is always at the top of the screen. Rotation, angle to FX. Here, actually, let me do that. Guarantee that it's not going to go anywhere I don't want it to. No lyrics on stream, especially at this time of night. I'm trying to concentrate. Okay, it's incredibly convoluted, but I know that it's going to give me the number that I want. And that's the point. What? That's just how it's constructed. Did I address it somewhere else differently? No, that's the name of the thing. Okay, so plus X direction is 90 plus minus half the field of view. Let me just make sure I'm not drawing directly above or below me. So the minus Z direction is going to be try to clean these guys up to make them a little bit less ugly. Okay, so instead of 90, it's going to be 180. And less than 0. And now the minus X direction. 270. Distance X. Okay, actually, you're right, opponent. This was convoluted, and I didn't need to do it like that because I could have done this. Can I do a straight division of a fixed by an integer, or is that not going to work? If I wanted, no, shift right by 1. $180, $180. Oops. And these should be shifted. Or at least now it's a little bit cleaner, and it still makes sense. All right. Let's see if that worked. Field of view is an angle, and angle to fx will turn it into a fixed, and it's going to be a strictly positive fixed. So logic should work out. Crap. It only wants to draw one room. What happens if I get too far away, though? No. We'll only draw the room it's in. Where am I comparing a fixed to an angle? Oh, crap, you're right. I needed to wrap that up. Always wrap it up, kids. You know, I bet you I'm gonna get some garbage values on room horizontal and vertical, but whatever. Uh, Still think there's only one visible room. So here's the thing. At this angle, it's keeping that room visible, but uh-oh. Oh, do I need to maybe I need to reverse the X's or something like that. Or is it X or Z? I don't know. Because it looks like along one direction it's behaved. Oh, let me try that again. Just double check. So looking along the X direction, I'm allowed to keep this room in. Oh no, it's because I'm out of the boundary of the map. That's weird. Okay, then what do I do then? Okay, let's just do a quick sanity check. Okay, forward and back. So forward 0 is positive Z, right? Okay, if I start rotating, this is 90 degrees roughly. 90 degrees is positive X. And 180 is negative Z. And 270, negative X. Tomato paste, not sauce, just paste. Okay, so let's do hard-coded values and see if that helps. If it's less than or equal to, let's see. Okay, let's just draw the. Okay, so for theta y, if it's less than or equal to 90 shifted right, or 270 shifted right, then you should draw in the z direction, right? Oh crap! This part of this check is disabling the entire thing. I don't know how I didn't catch that. I want the vertical distance to be 0, not the horizontal. Let's undo all those changes. Oof. If it doesn't work now, then we'll do the hard-coded angles. But it should. There we go. Okay, so now it's culling. But it actually doesn't look like it's culling. It's not culling at all. There should be nothing visible once I'm looking at this window. Or at least only one thing visible. 5 visible rooms, 4 max rooms. Okay, that's fair. Alright, see? Okay, so it's not calling anything then. So what's up with that? Oh, because these other checks should be and. Try again. You know, there's more to tomato sauce than just tomato. There's supposed to be like seasoning in there. Like at least put a little bit of like garlic, salt, and Italian seasoning. Okay, this is good. Okay, so you can't tell from these debug statements? Oh no. That one didn't work. Looking in 90 degrees, that means... I'm looking directly at this room. Okay. So now at least the check is happening. So in this direction, it looks like it's working well. What's wrong with the other ones? Okay, now this is where we hard code the angles. Okay. Okay, so greater than 180, you should be looking at 270. Okay, yeah, that checks out. Looking at 180 is minus z, looking at 90 is plus x, looking at 0 is plus z. Okay, that should do it. Yeah, obviously if I was doing this on like computer software with modern coding standards, things would be a lot easier. I probably wouldn't be manually programming in render decisions anyway. Okay, visible rooms 2. It says there are 2 visible rooms. Well, I don't know, whatever. God dang it. It won't render stuff below me. I gotta fix that next time. But if it only wants to render 4, and it's rendering these guys. Okay, so this is encouraging. What I would really like is if the there we go. I just have to print blank lines a few times. Just enough to clear out the space. But it looks like we fixed it at least a little bit. There we go. 2 visible rooms. I don't know what the second visible room's supposed to be. It says room 001 and room 100. But room 100 should be behind me, right? See, it's not rendering... No, it's not drawing stuff behind me. Like, here, let me... It says it's drawing 4 rooms. It's calling the stuff next to me. See, if I get right up next to this room, and I just turn a little bit too far off, it won't draw it, because I'm kind of, like, looking off to the side. But will it do the same thing if I go over here? Yeah. There. See, now it's saying it's, if I'm looking off into space, there's 0 visible rooms. If I start turning, now all of a sudden there's 4? How the heck is it inverted? So if I go in the positive X direction, I gain a positive Z coordinate? No. How's positive X giving me a positive Z coordinate? That doesn't make any sense. Crap. My X and Z current room coordinates are being mixed up. I don't know how that happened. Okay, let me just double check that, because I feel like I'm going crazy here. So going forward along Z... No, I'm incrementing... Yeah, that's correct. Okay, let me go forward along X. Alright. Okay, I don't know why I thought that. So if I go forward... Okay, so then it's just, we'll just double check the view cone. Okay, this part looks correct. Positive X direction should be along 90 degrees, so it should be less than 180, more than 0. Okay, negative Z direction should be 180 degrees. Less than 270, more than 90. So looking at 270 should be negative X. This looks correct. Okay, let's define just a hallway. There should just be 3 rooms along X. Okay, 1 visible room here. I back up, there's 2. I back up again. What the crap? How is that room there? That room shouldn't be there. Did I do this right? 1. Oh, whoops. I made a right angle. Okay. Hey, Ponut, if you're still on, do you know how to change the color of the print statement? Wait, no, I'm using joeprintf, right? So it should just be... Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's not the command. I think you dropped some ravioli on your keyboard. 2 rooms visible, okay. Now 1 room visible. 2 again. Why is it still 2? There should be a 3rd visible room here. 201, right? 201 was defined? Ah, crap. How do I keep doing that? That sounds like overkill for what I want to do. Yeah, I forget the command too. It's on my website, but too lazy to go look it up. Okay. 1 visible room. 2 visible rooms. 3 visible rooms. So it looks like it's working from the... Ah, crap. Yeah, so just going underneath, it looks like it's drawing the correct thing. Now it's 1 visible room because that's close enough. 3. Let me just make sure that thing always gets wiped out, because it's confusing looking at that print statement. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna make do with what I have now, and I'll just go underneath the floor to read. Let's do 5, 5, and 1, just for convenience sake. And let's make a longer hallway. 3, 4. Five, 6, 7. Okay. 5, 6, 7. Okay. I'll just raise myself up above the room a little bit to see. Okay, so there's 7 visible rooms. I'm allowed to at most have 4. Now there's 2 visible rooms. Now there's 1. Now there's a whole bunch. 8. I'm only allowed to see 4 of them. So, okay. And they start popping into existence. So this is the behavior I kind of expect. Okay, but let's do this again, but with Z. Because it felt like something was off when I was checking earlier. No, let's do 1-1. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, that's what I figured. Because I'm kind of like too tired and lazy right now to go look it up. Okay, we'll swap that in for the next one. So now we're testing. Okay, 9 visible rooms, 4 of them max. Now there's only 1 visible room, probably the closest one. Okay, so this is working. So why did it feel like it wasn't working before? I don't get it. See, 0 visible rooms because now I'm still on the grid, but I'm not in an active room. So yeah, this appears to be working great. 1, 9, 1, 9. Okay, so now let's really mess it up and put in the other rooms. See what I can get away with. Okay, here's the thing. It feels like it's working, but I know it's trying to trick me. It's trying to pretend that it's working until I find out that it doesn't. But yeah, I mean, it's only trying to draw 4 rooms at a time, but it's still like doing its job. Okay. So first off, okay, so what's Joe color index stuff? Just real quick. There we go. And then on the display, let's crank it up to a limit of 7, which is kind of where SGL was cutting us off before anyway. And let's maybe add a few more runes. I have to use indent. What do you mean indent? Just double check, make sure. Okay, yeah. That one's right. Oh, wow. That is different. I'm not sure how much information I can really glean off of this. I mean, it feels like it's working. I think... Okay, let me see. Okay, let's clean this up a little bit. Yeah, I'm not too concerned about that part right now. I just want to be able to see what's going on. Oh, this is interesting. This room didn't generate correctly. This should be a hallway. It didn't rotate in the right direction. But this one did. Let's see if we can fix this one real quick. I believe I know what happened. I think it's just a flipped around thing on the 3. So on map rooms, we have 3-door. We need to find the angle on the 3-door. Okay, you see, east and west are doing the same rotation. And they shouldn't be. So... it's probably this. Yep, there we go. That fixed it. Okay, I think that's problem solved for tonight. Everything is working at least as good, if not better, than what it was before. Save for these print statements that are just ugly. What I will do is I'm gonna wait for Biorex to give me some meshes for externals. And what we can do is we could figure out, based off of adjacents and doors and stuff like that, whether or not these guys will have hulls, and if they have hulls and they're at a certain angle, maybe I don't have to render the inside of the room. I don't know. But I mean, we can all agree this is pretty much done, right? The rooms are very small. The rooms are just a few integers duct taped together. The entities that I load up ahead of time, there's only 5 of them, and I'm just repeating the draw. So that's not really the issue. The issue is that SGL only wants to have a certain number of quads in their pipeline, and it's an abnormally small number. And so because of that, if I try to render more than 7 of these rooms in particular, it'll choke and give up. I need VBT's help on this specifically to redo a portion of SGL and increase that limit. But I couldn't get a hold of him before the stream today. But I'm gonna see if tomorrow morning I'm gonna do a stream so that Biorex can participate and we can brainstorm some different mesh stuff and maybe try to get some real textures on these dungeons. Yeah. I mean, there's no moving on. It's already, Oh, crap. Another follow this late? I was about to quit. Thank you for the follow, CLC. But yeah, as of right now, I'm kind of happy with this. Like, I could live with the game actually having this rendering system, and it would probably work. Yeah. I mean, the Manhattan distance is kind of doing its job, but I think I need to prioritize tangent loads. So, like, if I'm looking down, what am I looking down? X? If I'm looking down X, I should prioritize Z first before X or Y or whatever. Okay, so let's go ahead and pack it in for the night, and then tomorrow morning I still owe another stream to BioRex to help out with the meshes, so I'll do that. In the meantime, I guess there's nothing left. So I'll go ahead and say goodnight, everyone.